So my apologies about how long that switchover took. It's just really annoying the way that went. But the plan here is what we're going to be doing is we're going to go in career mode. Please don't load up exactly where he was. All right.
Hello.
Try this again. Because I want to go to the Permadeath side. So now I have options. Interesting. Sign out. No revival. 1 life. Remember, there's only one. There's no such thing as a second chance. Yes. I wonder if he'll still do all the cinematics about, like, the resurrection thing. Humankind has industrialed much of the solar system. Earth has deteriorated into a place of squalor and decay. In orbit, a new breed of worker has emerged, the Shipbreaker. The labor is extremely dangerous, but for a select few, the hazard pay is worth the risk. Okay. I can adjust the volume when we get out of here. Shipbreaker. I'll have to wait till after we're through this to adjust the volume, so I do apologize, it's a little on the loud side. So we have a links notification, corporation recruitment service, Shipbreaker application, pave the way to the Galaxy program, update your application status. Now if you look at here, we have like final notice passed due, credit, transfer declined, payment required. People asking if there's rations to spare, official, like, notice of thing, dad is sick again, bills past due, second notice, application denied, food shortages continue. Basically bad times. Greetings, citizen LF-291180S. Congratulations, you have been accepted in the Lynx Corporation's pioneering Paving the Way to the Galaxy program. Your selection was based on the above average physical and cognitive ability. You are assigned to Salvage Station number 42, designation Morgan. Demonstrate the ability to build and grow a profitable operation, and a number of exciting opportunities await you. Remember, employment in this program is at the sole discretion of Lynx Corporation and can be revoked at any time. Acts of malice or insubordination will not be tolerated. Upon signing this form, please proceed immediately to the nearest Lynx Corporation shuttle hub for transportation to the worksite. Finalize the following pages to confirm employment. We have the account name, Link's Work Effort Tracking TM program. Require the account name. Please enter account name below. Profanity and anti-corporate slang / jargon is not accepted. Select a revival package. No revivals. We are proud to offer the Everwork Asset Replacement Program to new employees. Below are the details of the selected spare package. Terran Health Board Advisory, cloning has a 0.02% chance of DNA corruption. So in this case, we don't get extra lives. We get 1 shot. It should be updated. I'm gonna go ahead and click the button again. Oh, on the other platform? Oh, I did not. Thank you for that. Let me fix that. Permadeath Shipbreaker. Hardspace Shipbreaker. I'll try and go real fast. Hardspace Shipbreaker. Hardspace Shipbreaker. And change you to just my generic I'm live. Okay, so that should be all updated. Standard controls. And choose our food preference, and it doesn't matter, I'm gonna choose chicken. Alright. Please, let's see. We shed our DNA the old-fashioned way, solar and radioactive sources, yep. I have no criminal record in Terran or Martian zones. A record in the Jovian frontier is acceptable. I am not a member of and have never associated with a workers' union or labor interest. I have completed my annual medical examination and I've been cleared of having Bacolos lung. I have no commercial or real estate interests on Luna, in the asteroid belt, or in nation state of Arizona. I will bring a positive attitude and problem-solving mindset to work every day. I understand and accept the health risks associated with long-term exposure to the Van der Waals field. I will vote for Chancellor Chung Zhang in the Pan American Senate election. Excellent. And then they have a disclaimer. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but there are some gems hidden in here. There is a lot here. And, like, your representative is undefined. But, like, there's a whole lot of stuff in here that we can go through. I'm going to skip training, and I'm going to certify. And I'm going to certify.
Each day he steps into the yard to earn his wages working hard. I pray to the stars and heaven above to return my daddy to those he loves. If there comes a time when he and death meet, bless the next cutter that takes his seat.
Part of me is wondering if we should have a prediction on if I survive the rest of stream. But it also feels like it's going to be a very long prediction. Or a very short prediction, depending on how it goes.
Space. Boundless promise. Limitless resources. A brighter future. It's here where hard workers like you, the backbone of civilization, will help us pave the way to the galaxy. I'm Calicia Rai Paulson, president of Lynx Corporation's Salvage Division. When my great-great-grandfather Exeter founded Lynx, he foresaw a remarkable opportunity among the stars. His vision eventually brought us the Railgates. Now spanning all the way to Jupiter, these are the veins connecting all of modern civilization. And the people flowing through them are its lifeblood. The Railgates reinvigorated humanity and are key to our continued progress. You've been selected from among thousands of candidates to join the Lynx family. This is more than just a job. It's an opportunity to be part of the largest, most successful, and most pioneering company in human history. Your dream may be to forge your own destiny one day. Well, work hard, heed your superiors, believe in the Lynx vision. Do this, and you too will get your chance. Your first step is to join our Ever Work program, the greatest gift we give our employees, turning death into an ongoing opportunity for learning and growth. With Lynx, death is a fresh start. Good luck.
Okay. I need to, I'm gonna adjust the volume before this next scene happens. It's only adjusted on your side, but I remember this next scene was a little bit loud on the default settings. Okay, death is a fresh start. Yes, I want a fresh start, which is funny because we've disabled this, so when we die, we stay dead.
Video observation complete. To finalize onboarding, your genetic sequence will now be extracted for use with the Lynx Everwork Asset Replacement Program. Don't worry, pain levels during extraction are largely tolerable. Please note, as outlined in Section 31 of your employment agreement, the process of genetic extraction will destroy your original body. Beginning extraction now. Extraction analysis and backup complete. Thank you. Beginning spare generation.
Yeah, just... Yay! We died so that we may be cloned. Everwork asset replacement successful. Genetic sequence stored. Congratulations, it is now safe to die. Asterisk. Shipbreakers are responsible for the cost of biomaterials used in the Everwork process. An additional fee is required for deaths that occur outside working hours. You may now proceed with salvage training, and good luck. So now that we've joined our job, here is where we are financially. That's fine. A nice, cool, negative 1,252,594,411 or $441.92. I mean, this is basically just buying anything at like Ticketmaster. Like this is just Ticketmaster here entirely. It says $25 and you walk away and go, "How did this cost me $200? I don't understand." It's at $25. Okay.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. All the team at Lynx would like to wish you a happy and productive day.
Well, one nice thing is we passed a bunch of laws that don't let them do that crap with flights anymore. Because that used to be the thing, is you get like the taxi fee to your plane. And like, what, are you going to not taxi the plane to the airport if I don't pay that fee? How's that work? So they made a whole thing that like, the ticket, just the ticket, must be the price. The bags and all that can be extra. But like, if I pay that starting price, plus taxes, it puts me on the plane. Alright, Shipbreaker, I don't care about having the entire address. New ship, the Mackerel Light Cargo and Station Hopper. The new ship Access Mackerel Station Hopper and Mackerel Light Cargo. The Klein Company Mackerel is the most common ship model in the colonies. The light cargo model is used for civilian cargo and contain a wide variety of objects. The Station Hopper Transit is outfitted with ad terminals. Electrical safety is advised. Our ships are simply the best. Recent safety reports are wrong. Grenda Maestrin, Junior Marketing Associate for Kleinco. And then we have the new ship of the Mackerel Heavy Cargo, which is a robust model, built in to transport heavy and industrial goods and hazardous materials. Grapple strength can be upgraded to improve handling of heavy structural elements. On behalf of my former colleague, Grenda, we apologize for misstating the fuel efficiency of this model. In fact, it's positively adequate for transport needs for many companies. Ted Holliday, Senior Marketing Associate for Kleinco. Career Progress Clearance 2, Hazard. It's just basically giving me all, like, my early early stuff because I skipped the tutorial. And it's basically we have Hazard Level 2. And this is just all those messages if I want to go through. We earned the Safety 3rd sticker. Alright.
Hey, Cutter. Welcome aboard. The name...
Before you talk, let me fix the volumes. So I'm going to turn back up the system volume for you. I'm going to go to the audio. I'm going to go to the main volume here. I'm going to lower that. I'm going to set the sound effects. We're going to lower that. Speech, I think, is fine. Cinematics, we're going to lower that. And I think that'll be fine.
Name's Weaver. I'm the foreman for yourself and couple of other shipbreakers in this region. And welcome to your new home. There's everything you need. This is officially called a ready-made long-term employee habitation something or other. Around here, we just call it your hab. All right, let's start a new shift and pick your first ship to work on.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do the thing this entire game is about, which is we get a ship. So not only do we have to salvage a ship, we have to pay for the ship we're going to salvage. We have to buy the ship from the company to then salvage it to get our money back and then some. Yeah. So it's a hazard level 2 heavy mackerel. It has explosion hazard on it, and otherwise is pretty straightforward.
She's all yours, Cutter. Now try to remember, nanocarbon goes in the processor, aluminum goes in the furnace. Try to salvage the entire ship if you can. We call it using the whole buffalo. You'll hit your certs faster that way and start knocking out that debt of yours. Okay, your primary goal is to get to the next rank. Good luck out there, Cutter. We were out.
Yeah, so basically, you're taking apart the ship and trying to put stuff in the right places
Salvage secured. Account
so you can make the
managed.
most money. Ships can be pressurized and a whole bunch of things, which can all be extremely dangerous. So I'm looking for is the airlock. It's not a puzzle game. You know, a puzzle game implying there is, like, a specific solution or whatever. So much as there are hazards that you have to juggle.
Secured. Credits deposited.
Alright, well, this ship is definitely not pressurized. Alright. In that case, let's start cutting stuff apart. Alright, I got a fuel tank on the bottom right there, so I need to not cut anywhere near that. But the idea is, if you see these, like, yellow points, those you can tell are cuttable. Like, that's just color signifiers. It's like, this is a cut point, you can cut this. There are a bunch of things where you can also change your UI to show different information. I actually only have that one available right now. That you can, like, show different information to, be able to make your decisions on. Alright, so that one says processor in the middle, so it goes into the blue. That one says furnace. It's been a while since I played, so I'm not used to having the really underpowered tools, because you level up your stuff.
Deposit accepted.
Alright.
Deposit accepted for processing.
So you can sit there and start taking all this junk out. Is that a forklift? You can find forklifts and all that.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
But there's lots of really dangerous things in here. This one shouldn't be too bad for us. Like I said, there's a fuel tank in the back that could be a threat. I could also just, like, for example, I would have kept grabbing that. I could have just smashed that into my visor. It goes in the square hole. Me and Toom actually were talking about that literally just a day or two ago. Oh, hey. I believe that's something I can take. Alright. So this can explode. Not saying a fuel cutoff line. Let's leave that alone for right now. A lot of times those will have a thing where you pull a lever to drain the line. Sorry about that. Okay.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
So I'm trying to get all this random debris out of here, so that as I'm doing the rest of the stuff, I don't get bonked with that.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Alright, so I'm trying to nudge that away. Alright, I'll go from the other side. But yeah, so you get more and more powerful tools that goes around. One of the really fun tools, which I won't get to use too much yet, is what's known as a tether. Which lets me, like, slap a line on one side of this. Oh, come on.
Cutter, make your way back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up
All
your
right.
O2. Blue ain't your color. Trust me on this one.
Alright, bear with me 1 second, chat. I gotta deal with my nose, so I'll be right back. Don't mind me.
Behind you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
Alright, well, let's see what happens
I'll check
when...
it in.
I said, well, we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
I was
killed the
just like-
zombie that was grabbing.
Oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that runoff on time. Oh, sorry, that one clip is so loud. I apologize. Alright, we're back. So yeah, so right now I have very limited air. Like, very, very limited air I can get to. My thrusters suck. My tethers are very limited. I get like 4 of them or something.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay. So, at the beginning of this, we're going to be running back and forth that terminal quite a bit. But one of the things we'll do is over time we'll unlock where we get like more, like a bigger oxygen. Yep, you pay for the oxygen, you pay for the fuel, you pay for the tethers. This company definitely has your best interests in mind. Alright. Try and get past this cage real fast, see if the fuel drain is on this side. 'Cause that's what I'm at a loss for. Is usually when you have those fuel lines like that, there's a drain lever where you pull it and you yank it down, it drains the fuel out. Gotta wait for my tools overheating. There we go. So we've got you out.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Okay. Hey, Urban, how's it going? Alright, so we've got that opened up. So let's grab the repair kit.
Credits deposited.
It's mine now. We're not injured. All right. So you pull the engines off. And do that real fast. And the ships get more and more complicated. This is a relatively easy ship to deal with. I'm just being thrown by those fuel lines, because I believe the yellow means that fuel line is full.
Salvage registered.
Got about 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Weaver out.
Alright.
Salvage deposit registered.
Are still alive in Project Zomboid? Yep. On both characters. Okay, so this is really heavy. This big old piece. So we'll double check. Yeah, so that's detached. It's just really heavy.
Accepted.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a tether, I'm gonna plunk it. Do I not have tethers? I do not have tethers, so I'm just not gonna do that thing I said I was gonna do. It's our very first ship, so we'll get more tools later. Alright, so you're over there. Yeah, no, try to be a little bit better about where I switch games halfway through stream, that kind of thing. There's another fuel tank on the front of the ship? What is with this ship? There's just
Hey,
fuel
Carter.
tanks everywhere.
I need you to head back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up your O2 stat. Weaver out.
I'm also wondering, since I'm on permadeath, if the oxygen's not quite as much, because I usually remember filling up once per mission, like being out right at the end.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000. Thank you for your...
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay. You need water to upgrades get down to 1? Gotcha. Now, I want to say the last time we played this, I think you only died twice. And I think both of them were when you fly into the engines. The really long ones that catch fire. Which I think you have to do once. But my plan is to do it just the one time, and then when it comes to time to do it again, just be like, nah, I'll eat the loss, it's fine. Just the whole way you have to deal with permadeath, if something's like particularly dangerous, you don't do it.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Alright, let's go look at that.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
There's a fuel tank up here too.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
All right.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
But as you can see, there's like kind of a systematic disassembly of the ship. But the ships get real involved later, where there's like nuclear reactors and all sorts of stuff that you have to like chop up coolant lines and do all sorts of stuff. You have to be real careful how you're doing it, otherwise you die.
You got about 1 minute till the yard goes dark, Cutter.
All right.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
And this is one of those games that you can spend the time to cut everything apart and like meticulously get as much money as possible, or you can try and just more efficiently get through stuff. Either or works. Okay. So I finished our first shift. We did get a good chunk of the ship done. Not too bad considering we're working with literally the worst tools. Alright.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
Yay, 2 caffeine pods. Alright, so, for our first day of work, we had $535,000 worth of fees, and we technically made $1.1 million so far, which sounds good until you realize our debt, that's billions. So, you know, that's cool, I guess. We got one out of 120, or 1,251. We gotta wait a 1,251% of our, or 1,251st of our total debt cleared. Yay! Equipment room. All right, so let's go here. We've got our sticker. So we put like all our stickers on it, so we can put our Lynx Safety Third sticker. We can put it right there. Excellent. Oh, I actually wanted to go in there. So equipment. Work suit. I think that doesn't have... Alright, so we have some link tokens. Cross spectrum scanner. Okay. We can get our grapple license. Maybe. Oh no, we already have those. Right. Yeah, so you can't literally do any upgrades yet. Alright. So you can either sit there and start a new ship, which you don't want to do, because you have to pay for the initial ship you're going to salvage, or you can pick up where you left off with the ship you have been taking apart. Alright, so we're already low on fuel because we keep the fuel from the last time.
Thank you for your purchase.
Yeah, so probably be crap tools we do this. Oh, there's also a, instead of cutting like with like pinpoint laser, you can have where it like cuts across an area so you can like slice something in half. You can't cut everything. There's some materials that are too durable, which that's part of the challenge, is for the stuff you can't cut, you have to figure out other ways to deal with it. Like, you can pull off all these lights one by one and put them on the barge and get a little bit better money. I'm not doing that. Whereas these panels are about 85,000 each, so they're kind of worth tearing off. Still don't know what that is. I think those are pieces we get for later stuff in the story, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. Alright. So I just get to try and use my momentum to try and push stuff. That'll be pretty hard with some of the bigger pieces. Okay. Oh, you're still attached. Like, man, you're not moving. Thunk. We do have to be careful, because if you thunk too hard, your helmet smashes open and you die. All right.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
So yeah, so it's a lot of tearing a ship apart about section per section.
Salvage secured.
So it says furnace, processor. Yes. Oh, actually, it is multiple pieces.
Credits deposited.
Okay. Yeah, so see, the light was like 3,500. So it's like, okay, you know, it's not nothing. And, you know, if you do them all, they do add up. But, hear me out, it's also a lot of effort I just don't want to go through. Come on. Oh, that's not what I want. Stop it. Abort. Abort. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. It's got computers in it.
Transferring credits.
Computers actually have some value. Alright. Come to a stop. Come to a stop. Alright, that should be good enough. Okay. I almost went and slung a whole bunch of valuable computers into a furnace. It would have been that big a deal, but still a lot of potential money, you know, we wouldn't get.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Well, those are just storage bins, and even they're worth a bunch.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Alright, we gotta go back, get our air. We're doing pretty good. Now, if you look at the gauge on the top over there, you'll notice that it's got like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically, I get tokens. So I get my money, is one thing I get. But you get tokens, which are what you use to unlock better equipment and all that. And each one of those tiers, you get significantly more based on the tier. So, like, if I were to get 5 tokens for tier 1, I'd probably get 10 to 15 tokens for tier 2. Tier 3 would probably be like 20 to 30 tokens. You get the idea. So it is a thing that they do scale up
Oxygen levels
a lot. So it really does motivate you to want to do that. Now, the yellow bar is how much I have already salvaged. Like, that's already been, thrown in the furnace, the processor, and that. Which, generally speaking, is that's junk you're just going to melt down. That stuff you're going to probably just strip for materials, but keep as materials. And that stuff you'd want to keep it as what it is. So, like, a computer would go down there, some iron plating would go over here, and then some armor plating might go into the other one.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
But the other thing to notice, though, is on the right side of that bar on the top, you'll spot that there's a red bar. That red bar is stuff I've destroyed. So that's effectively lost salvage. You can't really go where you don't have any red bar, but you can try to mitigate it as much as possible.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Alright, be very careful. Alright. So I didn't see a place to drain these. So we're just going to take our chances. So I'm going to get way back here. Stop moving. We're going to detach. Just going to slowly scooch it out. Okay, we're fine. These aren't the ones that had to drain the line. As one of the things, I was a little surprised, like, wait, really? Mission 1, drain the line? Which isn't that big a deal. Usually it's just find the lever, pull the lever. It only gets tricky when the cabin is pressurized and you're trying to go, okay, what is the... Like, I have these 3 hazards. I gotta figure out how to, deal with them. Alright, so let's go to the other fuel container. Same plan. Stop moving, pull it off. Just back up enough to get it started to slide. Because if it's not going too fast, you can bump a few things, it's okay. You just don't want to get, like, really moving and then slap it into a beam or something. That's fine. Okay. So now that the fuel's out of the way, I don't have to worry about exploding myself cutting in here. Alright. I can start just kicking away parts.
All right, Cutter. You got about 5 minutes to fill your boots. 5 minutes left.
I mean, that's plenty. We're down to the last couple of parts. Alright, this is where I wish we had a tether. I'm gonna try and just throw this whole thing as one giant unit.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Alright. Hey, Chris, how's it going? I'm gonna try and just nudge this past that. Cool. And the big heavy piece. And those do have, like, a suction to them. So if you get... Nope. Over here to the processor. Over here to the processor. Come on. There you go. They do have, like, a suction to them, so if you get too close, they will just pull you in.
Raw material deposited.
Alright.
Warning. Oxygen reserves low. Lynx recommends regular gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen levels.
Cool.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Alright. It's saying I still got a lot of value here. I must be missing a part.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Oh, it's probably the fuel canister down there. For $350,000, so that'll be the last of the money that we've got tied up here. There we go.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, and there's that over there. I was like, alright, I still got some uncaptured value. Okay, so we got our first ship. It's basically salvaged.
Valuable object processed. Credits
Yep, so now I know that that top bar over here, where the yellow has met the red on the top, it means there's basically nothing left. So there's nothing more for me to do here. End the shift, get it done. That's not too bad. I mean, granted, that wasn't a very complicated ship, so we got it all knocked down in 2 shifts. Some of the really big and involved ships, you'll end up taking like 4 or 5 shifts to like slowly work through doing each part. Where like the first couple of shifts, you'll make almost no money, but then you'll have like everything already separated apart and just throw it where it needs to go. So yeah, so this time, so for the total for the ship, I don't see where it says how much we paid for the ship, but we destroyed about $374,000 worth of value. We missed about $5,000 worth of value, and we made we salvaged about $5 million. Of the ship, we basically got $3.3 million out of it.
new certification level achieved. License upgraded.
Cool. So now you can get more dangerous ships. What everybody wants. Oh, they also have ships that have like AI in it that'll randomly open and close doors, which can be super dangerous. So it's one of those things that you have to like disable the AI right away.
Your allocated shift time will be commencing shortly.
Alright, so we have the Mackerel Exolab. Typically used for deep space research, the Mackerel Exolab is outfitted with a wide variety of scientific instrumentation. Extract this fragile equipment carefully, beware of electrical hazards. My predecessor Ted incorrectly stated that there were frequent electrocution aboard Exolab. Actually, those electrocutions are still being investigated. Stacy Kaperchuk, Marketing Manager, Kleinco. Okay, so now we have the hazard of electricity. And for that shift, it cost another like $500,000, of which we made, $3.3 million. And again, that's barely 1/1000th of our debt. So that's the thing. All this work we're doing, we don't have any money in the bank. None at all. So let's start with the grapple, the tethers. Okay. So we now have tethers unlocked where I can again like grapple like to 2 points and it'll pull them together. That ends up being very important for very heavy things. I'm gonna go helmet. I can't do anything yet. Can't do anything there. And I guess that's all we'll do for right now. Oh, and your equipment does wear out and has to be repaired. If you don't, like, it'll malfunction constantly. Now, I could continue the ship that has nothing left of it, but we're not going to do that. So now we're going to grab a Mackerel Exolab, just because that's the next ship on the line. So it has a value of about $9.2 million. It weighs 33,000 kilograms. It has electrocution and explosion hazards. All right.
Cutter, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce you to the rest of the crew in our sector. Sound off, everyone.
Hey, Rook. Name's Luke. I was the worm until you showed up, so thank you. Now I get to do the hazing.
What are you talking about? We don't do that. Welcome aboard. Don't listen to her. I'm Dee Dee.
Oh, Nina. Hey, I'm Python.
Kai! Your mic's still messed up.
How about now?
Better.
Oh, hey, I'm Kaido. Kai.
Mic's still busted, huh?
Oh, yeah, still waiting on the rec.
Heaven forbid they give us functional gear.
I'm sure they're working on it as fast as they can. Cutter, I added you to the Sector Comms channel. You can get lonely out here. Helps to check in with each other from time to time. All right, enough chin-wagging. Let's get back to it. Weaver out.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Bye.
Later, Rook.
So there's a whole story to the game. So they are introducing us to the characters. You can probably already figure out the gist of the story by the fact that we're horrifically indebted into an area that we cannot leave without, you know, transportation from our employers who are the ones we're horribly indebted to. You know, it's a pretty straightforward story. It's a very cozy game. It actually, in a lot of ways, it is a very cozy game. But also, you know, horrific crippling debt. It's cozy until something you didn't intend to explode explodes.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Oh, you're sold to the company store? Yep. Basically.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
About the only thing they're missing from the company store thing, like what happened in real life, was instead of paying you at all, that they would pay you in, like, chits or something like that. I mean, I guess they don't even have to. You physically can't go anywhere to spend your money.
Secured. Credits deposited.
Yeah, so I'm just working on the stuff on the outside first. Because it's right there, you don't have to worry about pressurization or anything, you just lob it all off and get out of the way.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits
Oh, I thought there was another antenna. Okay, so it's starting to get pretty tough to cut through. Oh yeah, yes, the script. I mean, the link tokens sort of yes-ish. But I always took this as you're not buying the equipment so much as, you know, like game mechanics-wise, just a way of earning, like giving you like skill points of sorts. But I just took it as like you're saying like, hey, I'm gonna use this effective like merits or whatever to get permission to use the new equipment. Versus they do make you pay cash to repair and do all that under equipment. Do you just pop off?
credits applied.
You do. So lucky in this one, looks like another unpressurized ship.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
At the master jack.
I'll deal with that in a moment. Yeah, premium currency, it's kind of worse. Yeah. You're not wrong. Alright, so let's go over here because our oxygen's low. Anyway, we're going to get the prompt being like, your oxygen's low. Oh, yeah.
Salvage deposit accepted.
I forgot her helmet has a really pathetic light. Alright.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay, so I think we've ripped off everything on the outside before we need to go inside to check it out. Because you don't want to take off the thrusters until you check out what the situation is inside. Just in the off chance you get inside and it's pressurized, I have absolutely popped off a thruster and then had the back half of the ship explosively decompress in my face. It's not a good time. I don't recommend it. It feels like shrapnel. There's no door mechanic. All right, let's just try this. Oh, it's not working. Don't explode. Okay, not pressurized. Okay, so no reactor on this one. I got all the electrical wiring around the outsides. And a power cell. Okay. So you're still attached because of these. How far have I gotten in hardcore? This is my first time I've actually attempted on a meaningful level. Alright. So I'm basically just cutting up as many breakpoints as we can. It's my poster. Okay, so we've got several O2 canisters in here. So I don't have to go back to the front to deal with my oxygen. All right. So we've got that one.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
We can take you real fast. Oh, actually, first. Cut that off. There you go. And tether time. So grab the tether.
Alright, Cutter. You got 5 minutes left in this ship before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage gold.
So that should pull it over there.
Rewards allocated.
You can go ahead and pop.
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage goals.
Alright, let's grab the oxygen that was in here.
Processing valuable objects. Credit awarded.
Alright.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Just trying to figure out how I want to tackle some of this stuff. Okay, let's just keep cutting through this side. Deal with all its junk.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Alright. We have the power cell here. Just gotta be careful because if it gets too close to you, it can zap you. In a weird way, it's a puzzle game. Yeah, it's not. That's the thing. It's like it's not a puzzle game, but it's kind of like you have to sit there and go, okay, I have this danger here, and to get rid of it, I'm gonna need to get that out of the way. To get that out of the way, I'm gonna need to do this. But it's not like a puzzle game in the sense that, you know, you've got a solution so much as there's like different hazards and considerations you gotta juggle. And there's usually a lot of times there's a number of ways to deal with each thing. You play this game a lot. It's pretty good. I died twice yesterday though. It sneaks up on you. Oh yeah. Like, it's really easy to accidentally kill yourself. Like, you just get going too fast in a direction and you don't realize you're getting too close to something, and you just cannot slow down. Yeah, now I mentioned there are people who go out of their way to do the lights. They add up, but it is not a lot of money at a time.
Raw material accepted.
Okay. It's a really excellent game. But yeah, no, that's one of the things I appreciate though, is like you can play it where you're gonna say like, I am going to bleed every penny out of this thing. It's a totally valid way of playing it. There's also the, I'm gonna get like 80-ish% of it, but I'm gonna do it fast. That also works just as well. So you really kind of pick and choose how you want to play.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And I believe they have like a speed run mode kind of thing if you want. You can also go in and turn off the timer if you're like, look, man, I just want to chill, take a ship apart. That is an option. Alright, so basically sliced off the entire side of the ship there. We took a bunch of the back plating off. We got rid of the engine, the back plate. We took a bunch of stuff out from inside. So we're doing pretty good. We've only destroyed $11,000 worth of stuff, which is pretty much lights. It was 3 lights and a food pack. And we've been salvaging a whole bunch. So we got good progress there. So yeah, so you can see here where we get our merit points. And then we get our Linux tokens. The Linux tokens would unlocks more stuff. So you see it goes like 9, 12, 14, 16, 19. That's actually not a really great rate on this one. But some of the other ones, when you get to those later ones, it'll almost be double or triple what you'd otherwise get.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
Alright, new HAB poster. Customize your living space to boost your mood and increase your productivity. For the record, it doesn't actually do anything. Congratulations! That one we almost got 2 1,000ths of our debt paid off. You wish I had a Mac port, play over GeForce Now, and it does lag a tiny bit? That could be rough. Oh, right, we haven't leveled up again, so I won't be able to do anything. Alright, it'll probably be like we won't be able to level up any more equipment until we finish this, how many ships are there? Ooh, that is something... I don't remember. So, it's kind of one of the catches. Like, if you look at this, these are both mackerels, but... Well, I mean, those ones are the same. But, like, if you look at them, these are all considered mackerels. They're all considered the same base ship, even though they do vary a bit. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's 10 base model differences, and then there's, like, 6 or 7 variances per model, or, like, it varies for each model. There's a different number of variances. Let's see. Yeah. So it ends up being, like, what's effectively, like, 30 or 40 ships when you really look at it. But, it is the 10 base models. And each ship has, like, an entirely, like, there's tons and tons of different configurations that can be inside. Because you can have, like, a mackerel heavy and have 4 of them that are all entirely different. And then, like, depending on, like, the tier difficulty, they'll also be very different. So it does have a lot of variance. But it's those things that, like, on the surface you say, there's 10, and people look at you like, that's it? Like, well, right, but it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Account credited.
Squish. I don't see any power cells in this side, so I guess we just start hacking this apart. I still like the safety third. Like, when I do the bigger ships, that's usually one of the things I'll do is I'll spend the first part of it just going along the outsides as soon as I depressurize it and just start hacking apart the outside. Like, not even worry about, like, am I getting the salvage in or anything? Just literally just hack up the piece and ship into a bunch of pieces. Because usually if you can get those out of the way, it makes the next part of the ship where you have to actually, you know, take out the reactor, whatever power, like, connections and all you have, fuel lines. It makes all that kind of stuff much easier because it's just You know, just scoot there. So I'll just go up here and go nudge. I'm trying to remember, there's a button to like place your hand on stuff to like brace. That's not it. That's literally nothing. Think about the only time you use it normally is when you're gonna open up something pressurized and you're gonna be in the area it's gonna be dumping atmosphere out onto. You can brace. Yeah, it's Z. So when I could actually go up here and go like this. And just use my completely inadequate thrusters to try and push it. It's also a way to steady yourself, that kind of thing. All right.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
It's fine. I missed them, but that's okay. It's a little late. It's already basically in the furnace.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Material deposited. Account credit applied.
All right. Get all this power lines all tucked in here.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
All right. Because said safety third was an actual occupation strategy
Applying credits to account.
that tried to push responsibility and safety away from the regulators and onto individuals, workers. I'm sure it's just coincidence that he worked for a Cook Brothers company at the time. He being Mike Rowe, who came up with the idea. I hadn't heard that. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh. We collect a bunny. Stuffed animals aren't going to collect themselves.
Your oxygen reserves are low. Note
It's
that excess
fine.
Carbon dioxide can cause damage to Link's equipment.
All right.
Processor deposit accepted.
That's still attached.
Credits awarded.
That is not. That's actually not too heavy either. Okay. So this is detached. Let's try and drag it away from the main fuselage. And then pop it over there. Now start yanking out all the computers.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, and if you notice when I'm yanking stuff out, there's like little boxes above it. This isn't one of them. Some of them will have little boxes above it. That shows like how much health it has left, kind of thing.
Secured.
So like when I grab that computer on the top, it'll probably have that. And like if it gets damaged enough, it'll start, shooting sparks and eventually gets destroyed. So yeah, so you see how it's got those five boxes. If I damage it, they'll slowly empty and we'll get shocked and stuff like it gets too close to us.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
There's the power junction box. It's one of those ones that if it gets damaged, it'll zap the crap out of us.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Okay. Later on, we'll also deliberately destroy things for reasons. And I'm not talking about the mission. I'm talking about just in general.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Processing object.
Okay.
To account. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
And we just tear a ship apart little by little by little.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Alright.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Typically you lose 1 to 3% if I'm being very careful. Yeah. Like, you always have to lose a little bit. Because, like, there'll be points you have to, like, cut points that, you know, you have to deal with. You can never capture the full ship. Especially, like, later on, they'll have the ones where they'll have, like, the outlined part of the aluminum plating. That's like you have to cut this spot to, like, open up a chunk of the ship. But I am not that worried about that. Alright, I need to get my fuel sorted. Yeah, let's go do that. Alright. Like, as you go around, we'll get thrusters, and it's funny, the better thrusters actually make things much more difficult. You can get more done faster, but you can get going fast enough much easier to be a danger to yourself, like slap into the side of the ship and just smash your visor open on it, which is the thing.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel levels restored.
Okay. Generally, the ways I die the most in this game is, one, just blunt force trauma. Just slapping into something. I've definitely died to messing up with the reactor before. Like, catching a fuel line or something. But usually it's something like you open up the ship engines that you, like, split, you go inside.
Ship's got about 5 minutes left in her. Let's make them count. We're out.
I've gotten myself a lot of times with that. That's the reason, like I said, I think you only have to do one of those ships as a requirement. I could be wrong even if you have to do the one. But if it is just the one, I will do the one, and then you'll see me deliberately avoid those ships. Because they're so dangerous. And they're dangerous in a it's not fair kind of way. Like, you'll do everything right, you'll get back there, you pull the lever, and then suddenly your visor explodes because the ship happened to shift while you were inside of it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Oh, it's better now? Okay, when did they fix that? Because I know I played probably about a year ago, and it definitely happened to me once or twice.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Yeah, that's the reason why, like, my entire plan with those is I'm just not going to do those ships. Like, we'll just be, like, if I'm forced to do it, we're going to get to the nacelles and be like, nah, that's fine. Do not need.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
The way you approach all hardcore if you want to succeed. Dangerous thing? Nah, it's cool. We'll do something else.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Trying real hard to go fast enough that I can finish this ship in one.
Salvage secured. Account credit of 5. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage registered.
Get out of here.
Transferring credits.
In the best reward one go. Was this all? No, I think this is the second sortie we already had with this one. But the point was, like, I don't want to do another one. The cell above you. I may have already chucked it in. Yep. It's fine. We already got 5, so if you only skip the preachy parts about the campaign. The preachy parts? You mean like the stuff where they push the Union stuff, or what do you mean by preachy parts? Oh, where like the one character's a little bit religious?
1 minute to make your mark on this shift.
I don't know, I think that actually adds in that the different characters are all, you know, different experiences, whatnot. Keep burning for the money. Okay, it's done. The first time we went through the campaign, it really got me how much of a jerk the antagonist was. Oh, yeah. Yay, a new rank. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, like, I know one of the people I remember vaguely talks about, like, you know, that they're, like, they are religious.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have 1 incoming transmission waiting.
The first time, though, sure, but I had one of those long speeches that would bug every time. Never let me progress. I had to start over. That's no fun.
Hey, Rook. I was thinking our crew should crack some beer sometime. You know, shoot the breeze, fantasize about a debt-free life and all that. Not that that's gonna happen anytime soon. Like, Weaver's been at this for years. 20, maybe? I was just getting kicked out of grade school when he started. Dee Dee sends most of her money home. Goes through links, of course, with huge transfer fees. And Kaido, well, look, Kai's great. He just hasn't really taken to the work.
Okay.
Lynx calls him a low earner. As for me, I'm trying to get there as fast as I can. I just need enough to get me one of those mining skiffs. You know, for belt running. Still so many rich rocks along the frontier line. Eventually want to hire some friends from back home. Oh, the Airs platforms. Around Mars? Good people. But work's hard to find there. Don't know when that'll be, though. Just when I think I'm earning at a steady clip, there's another fine or fee. This job's fun as hell and all, but I got other plans. Maybe you do too. Anyway, don't want to get a fine for tying up comms. Kidding! That's not a thing. I don't think. Either way, good luck, Rook. Blue out.
Okay. What about playing the first run, though? After playing the first run? Oh, yeah, no, being able to skip dialogue is the thing. I thought it was letting me skip dialogue. Because we had where the...
9346-52. Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
Yeah, because we had, when I first started the game, the audio was just way off, so I had to, like, try and rush through it, and I was able to skip, like, all the cinematics and dialogue for the most part. Like, when you're in the mission, you can't skip the dialogue, but that never really bothered me. Alright, so we're up to Reactor Class 1s. And we found Bunny Character D, who is a popular children's video character. An anthropomorphic pink rabbit. Yup. And we got the new Atlas Atlas Scout style ship. Yeah, so it's just the whole thing. So it's just like solar winds at your back, cosmic dusk flying by, the speed of a comet at your fingertips. Meet the Atlas Scouts, purpose engineered for getting away and back in the blink of an eye. Sporting a pair of Starleap's proprietary quasar thrusters, the Scout ensures you're able to cover a lot of ground and quickly. Atlas, powerful, dependable, enduring, the foundation of a better world. Starleap Heavy Industries. You know what we're not doing? Messing with quasar engines. Those are the ones that get me killed. Because you go up and you pull the lever and then just your visor explodes. It's like, you got crushed. It's like, thanks, game. Alright. Let's start with the helmet. So it's weird, but I actually am just like, no, we're gonna focus on the things that keep us alive first. We're playing Permadeath, our priorities are different. Alright. Yeah, no, the problem about these ones, if this is the one I think it is, to take the engine off, you have to go and like cut 4 points that once you do, there's fuel lines in it that start having fire go down them. And you have to fly through the unfire fuel thing to grab a lever at the end to shut off the fuel flow from inside the burning engine. But yeah, we're definitely not messing with that. Because those are those ones that could just like RNG murder you. So I think with a quasar engine is going to be a no. Yeah, the physics engine stutters when the lever pop up. Yep. And I have been killed by that. There's a clip on the channel that comes up every once in a while. That is me like I'm explaining a company town like concept. Aren't they all like that from this point? No, it's only one style of engine. It's like this one's engines are just off the side. There's very specifically the quasar engines I gotta watch out for, which is only the one set of Atlas ships. Or actually, I think there might be 2 sets of Atlas ships with them. It basically means I'm gonna be avoiding those 1 or 2 types of Atlas ships. Yeah, and but with Permadeath, anything that's that dangerous, it's like, especially where I don't have to do one of those, I can kind of opt to do it or not. Let's not make a mistake. Since I don't have to do it, just gonna put it off and do other ships. Because there's a bunch of ships that just only the Atlas ones have the quasar engines. Yeah, I vaguely remember it was, I think you do them very first, is one thing. And I think you had to do them before you started, like, grappling anything around, because that just made it that much more dangerous. You think it has to do with the cryo tanks? Yeah, I remember. I remember last time we were playing not permadeath mode, and I got killed by one of those, and we had a whole discussion about...
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
That'd be another thing, using tethers to try and pull them apart from you, like, away from you kind of thing.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
But the design is stupid to have the fuel emergency shut-off valve inside the pump. Yep. That's the thing, is you look at like half the things and they have like their marketing people from the various companies.
Cutter, your equipment durability is dropping. Keep an eye on it. You don't want to be dangling in the wind with busted tools. When you see it happening, head on back to the hab, use a repair kit to fix them up.
Okay. But it's just one of those things that like...
Project processed. Credits deposited.
You look at half the thing, it's like, you know, incorrect information, like all that. It's very much like this is a situation where like the companies are able to just like go wild and do whatever. It's kind of just the way this game operates. So yeah, then it's like, up, a bunch of people got hurt. Our bad. We fired some random employee. Up. We gave this some marketing information. It was wrong. We fired a random employee. You know, the company town thing here. We're horrifically indebted to our employer. Such that we're effectively working on the promise that someday we can stop.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Honestly, some of the later ships get real dangerous where they put like the fuel tanks like just really... Ooh, that was actually dangerous. We got bopped. Didn't take damage, but we got bopped. Hardspace Shipbreaker. The gist of the game is that you are hired to break apart spaceships. And by hired, I mean you get the job, you go horrifically in debt to get to your work site, and everything's awful. But also a very chill, fun game. But you are like systematically disassembling ships. Okay, not pressurized, so we can just rip this apart.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay, so we didn't get lucky and have a bunch of oxygen tanks on the walls or things like that. So before we worry about a bunch of this, let's go top off our oxygen. So you never figured out how to completely take apart some of the T4 material rings? Yeah, the ones with the engines, you sit there and you scratch your head and go, okay, how do I finagle this giant gas tank out of the middle of this? You have to like shift it over, cut a bunch of the brackets, shift it the other way, cut a bunch of the brackets so you can separate all apart. Yep, and explosives required.
Welcome to Vintage Run 9000. Thank you for
Stabilizing.
All right. Yeah, the explosives get interesting. Those are easy to make mistakes with if you're not keeping a close eye on things. Yeah, no, they're usually color coded, so it's easy to tell where you have to use explosives. All right. Just kind of part all the panels as fast as we can. We gotta watch out for that giant fuel tank in the middle of the room. Okay, so got a bunch of this torn apart. Let's get out of here. Start peeling it out. Alright. Gotcha. Sorry to hear that you're buffering really bad. I'm not seeing anything on my side that's indicating any kind of problems going on. But you never know, some like Twitch has a problem or it's a local one. You very rarely straight up use laser. Thrusters, please. Okay. Yeah, no, it depends what I'm doing.
To dot the I's and cross the T's. You got about 5 minutes to do it. Weaver out.
I messed up. I put that in the wrong spot. Luckily, it doesn't look like it's super expensive. All right. Research RSP being urged. Yeah, I have been there. Sucks. I hope it cooperates with you more in the future. Ooh, don't thunk me. I don't want to be thunked by big metal plates, please.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Okay.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So you're still attached. You're all still attached. You're still attached. You are not attached. You are not attached. Okay.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
So that side we need to get into before I can easily grapple that over. Cool. It's also interesting because some of the ships you can actually figure out what happened to them because there'll be like notes and all that in there. I don't have enough fuel to keep going. Let's go get our fuel.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
All right.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Time is winding down, Cutter. Dig deep. Let's finish strong.
I'll grab the power cell before I forget it's there. So you're detached now, so go ahead and grab you. Hold you there for a second.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
So yanking all the computer out of the cockpit.
Salvage.
That'll do for the moment. We don't want to
Credit applied.
try and move stuff when the timer's out. This Camcorey says, hope you're having an amazing night. Leaving a lurk while I finish up today's work. Also, I hope this game is fun. Oh, it's fun. This isn't my first time playing it. We've actually, way back, I played this on the channel the whole way through, start to finish. But unfortunately, the VODs didn't survive and it didn't get backed up on YouTube or whatever, so it's just gone. That's actually one of the motivations that had me playing it again.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have one incoming transmission waiting.
Howdy, Rook. So, this can be, an awkward subject, but you've probably noticed Lynx doesn't take great care of us. Up until maybe 100 years ago, workers like us would sometimes form these groups, called unions, and go toe-to-toe with the company. They'd argue for better wages, safer work, decent hours, that kind of thing. Lynx was actually part of getting rid of them, but some of us are trying to bring it back. I can tell you're a good person, and a hard worker. The company will use you up. It's just built that way. So I thought you might be interested in the Union News Group. There are new messages every couple of days. Read them, don't read them, trash them, whatever. Just keep it on the down low. The others don't know about it. Weaver and Dee are a bit too by the book. Kaido is just too anxious. Poor kid. But I wanted you to have the info. I was glad someone gave it to me when I was new. Okay, spiel over. See you in the yard, Rook. Flew out.
I like how we've had one conversation one time. It's just like, yeah, I trust you. I'm going to give you the information about or we're trying to unionize. Because Lynx is an awful company.
It's time to begin your workday.
And it's like, yep, you're keeping your unionization thing is not going to be at all secret for like any length of time that way. All right. There are emails that you can actually read in here if you want. I'll just show you that they're here. I'm not going to go through them all. So you have like all your messages, and you can sit there and be like, hey, Rook. And so sit there and go through. This does give you a lot of things like, hey, Rook, just wanted to say again, I'm impressed by how quick you're picking things up. Not sure what kind of work you've done before, but you're a natural cutter. But yeah, so it's basically kind of a recap of what we just had of the dialogue, which is that, hey, I trust you. Union, union, union. Don't tell anyone. Did I ever play Valheim? I have played Valheim. And then, you know, like, this would actually be the whole thing about, like, you know, that they're trying to do a union drive. Their demands are to cancel the debt, you know, increase workplace safety. And then there's contract clauses that they're like, yeah, those should be null and void. Because if you actually, when you play the game on company comms, on email servers, yeah, so, like, that's the thing, like, the actual newsletter kind of thing, they do have that it's, like, supposedly, you know, supposedly it's an unverified email account or whatever that, you know, in theory, they wouldn't know who it is. They would know that the email's going out. I think they actually addressed that in lore, that they made sure it gets flagged by the system as spam or some nonsense. Like, it doesn't make sense. But, like, the system throws it away as junk, even though the individuals still get it. It's like, keep it on the down low kind of thing. None of it makes sense in the real world. But it's pretty clear that for purposes of the game, one, it doesn't matter. And then two, you don't expect, you know, people like making a game to go and like, oh yeah, I know about, you know, IT practices and cybersecurity and whatever. Yeah, now the one that's actually dangerous is when, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. The one that would actually get her nailed is the voice comm of Lou talking about the union. You know, that's something that could slide under radar unless they were already watching her. But like an email, like Lou's email would absolutely get flagged. If they're like genuinely concerned about unions and all that, they would, you know, search content of emails for union, and hers would just light up like a Christmas tree, and that would immediately potentially implicate us as well, as we know about it. At the same time, it wouldn't necessarily implicate us. It depends on what we did. Like, we said literally nothing, maybe fine. If we turned her in, obviously we'd probably be fine. And then if we, you know, if we had discussions about it, they would absolutely be, like, gone. You know, classic union busting kind of thing.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Like, very, very much the story of this game is kind of going back into the age of company towns and, like, all of, not all of, but, like, a lot of the awful things they did and all that kind of stuff, where you'd be indebted to the company store and all that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, like, one of the many things that were used to fight back against that was, you know, strikes, and then later on you'd have unions and everything would get involved as well. You'd have federal government would come in and start passing a bunch of laws because, you know, very genuinely important resources weren't happening because all these, you know, well, not even resources, things that needed to be done weren't getting done because these companies were nickel and diming and all that and causing all these strikes and all this kind of stuff. So Uncle Sam eventually was like, all right, like, this needs to get addressed. Basically, things got too far out of hand. And it isn't me saying, you know, the employees were out of hand. Like, the stuff they did that was truly egregious back then. I mean, there's still stuff that's pretty egregious now, but it was especially so in those days. There's a line in the credits that says, that takes you to a real-life shipbreaking crisis happening. Yeah, let's see. That wasn't what led Uncle Sam to address it. What happened was it got so bad that Coal Mine Town that the workers led a literal armed rebellion called the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest insurrection in U.S. soil since the Civil War. And the National Guard had to be called to suppress the unions. Interesting. But yeah, now it's just like all sorts of stuff happening. That and a bunch of times there were union workers who families got attacked by companies hired guns. Yep.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Hired guns. Like the Pinkertons. Very specifically like the Pinkertons.
Deposit registered. Account credited.
You met an anti-union lawyer once? Did you kick him in the balls? All right.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
You could argue that they're un-American and anti-capitalism. I mean... I don't know. I look at half the stuff that's done to both consumers and employees and like, you know, there's a line in the sand. Be like, but don't worry. Like, the invisible hand of the market will correct... Nah, man. Like, Invisible Hand's been around, and we had all sorts of problems with monopolies, like, literally, you know, literally taking control of parts of the country where they had to, like, go in and break up the monopolies by force because energy crises and all that were happening. Nah, man. There's limits to everything. Not saying people shouldn't be allowed to make a buck or something. But, like, there is a point where you're like, okay, I hear you out, you can make money doing that, but also you shouldn't be allowed to make money doing that. That was actually, ooh, this is going back maybe a month or so, that there was a company, and I want to say they worked in food services, and they're doing one of those things that, like, you know, you had to buy your uniform to go to work. If your uniform got stained, again, food services, you had to have, like, you had to buy a replacement. Out of your pocket, it would get deducted from your pay. If there's a bit too much food waste during a shift, which is like barely anything, you were docked your pay. It was just one of those things as a racket where they're just hitting the employees like left, right, and center, taking from their paycheck. And a lot of it was not legal. And so understandably, some of the employees started reporting it. And you know, the guy caught wind that this was happening, and he hired one of his other companies on a contract, and then basically supposedly paid out every dime that the company had just about to his other company to do some service for the company that was getting in trouble. The idea being, he could then file bankruptcy and be like, oh no, as like the company could file bankruptcy, and be like, oh no, like, sorry, we just don't have any money to pay for it, bankruptcy, shut down, you know, debt's cleared kind of thing. Yeah, that didn't go well for him. He got hit with a whole lot of charges for a whole lot of stuff between, like, fraud and everything. He got lots of jail time. It took like 3 years for it to finally catch up to him. But, you know, it eventually did. Alright, so let's try and be very careful about this. Because if I bang this too hard and it explodes, it's right next to the reactor and another fuel tank. That'll kill us. If I try and pull the reactor, it'll go by here, zapping electricity everywhere, and almost certainly hit the fuel tank, explode it, exploding it and the reactor, and killing us. So, you know.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
But yeah. And I worked at 2 companies who were heavily unionized. I personally actually was never part of the unions, but that was mostly because like they were in places I planned to staying. I was part-timing, so it's like I was there for one of them. I was there for like a summer or 2, so I wasn't worried about anything around that because it's just like I'm not gonna be here long enough to matter. You know, that's teenager brain speaking. What is that time?
You got 5 minutes remaining in your shift, Cutter. 5 minutes. We were out.
Well, we definitely get that reactor. Do this angle so if I cut through it, I don't hit the reactor. And then the other one, it was just my role wasn't in the union. And both companies, should they have had unions? Yes. The one got in trouble around the time I left, and this is not why I left because I was going to college, that people went to claim the insurance for when they went to, you know, get like, you know, whatever medical stuff they had going on. They went to get their insurance handled, to realize the company didn't actually have the insurance they said they did. Like, they didn't have any insurance, despite people paying in for it. Yeah. Yeah. That, I didn't keep up the notes, but I do know that got messy. Like, that was pretty much instantly the union went on strike and shut the whole place down. I'm also willing to bet there was criminal charges for someone involved in that.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
JD said, my uncle loved the union. He retired from GM as a UAW worker. They got 20% raise multiple times per year. He retired making more with a partial payout than my parents were making combined. I think the union is costing $3 to $5K per year per car to support the union workers. Yeah, usually when you hear a lot of those figures, JD, just be careful. There is a very, 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 very strong amount of misinformation around unions, promoted by companies who don't want them. So when you hear that, it becomes the whole thing. So it is one of those things to be very careful, because there is very deliberate, like, slinging of names, muddying of water, and all that. I'm not saying unions are all good news. The one company I did work for, there was crap the union would make us do that was really annoying and needless. But it is one of those things. There's certainly also bad unions. Don't get me wrong. I hope that's not important.
credit to account.
Alright, so we need fuel and oxygen.
Processing object.
Like, I'm not saying everyone needs to be all union happy or whatever, but it is those things that a lot of the people who want to unionize and have unionized, there's usually really good reason for it. Yeah, now the big thing I was saying is, well, like the statistic about the cars kind of thing, a lot of that kind of stuff, where, you know, supposedly how much per car goes to retirement, a lot of that ends up being what I will refer to as creative math by those trying to, like, make unions look bad. So it is one of those things that's really hard to separate what's just made up stuff by companies trying to union bust versus what is actually a thing. Like, you look at all the stuff places like Walmart do and all that.
Additional rewards assigned.
Or like Starbucks for that matter, places like that. Alright. Cool. We only destroyed lights that entire time.
New certification level attained. License level increased.
Okay. I learned that, like, most consolidation power, they're easily corrupted, depending on that as to how much they do. Yeah, the thing you got to keep about, like, one thing in mind is what power the company has and what they're doing, and what power the union has and what they're doing. Because I've definitely found many companies who are far, far worse than even the worst unions I've seen.
Hey, Rook. You ever think about starting your own business out there? You know, be your own boss? I swear, one day, I'll get a decent belt runner and make my own money. Maybe bring my old man along to help sniff out the good rock. My dream is to tinker with ship design. Maybe build some machinery to help with heavy-duty mining. Make it safer. If we ever both get out of here, I'd hire you in a heartbeat. If you don't end up coming with me, I hope you get to make your own way out there. Definitely ping me if you do. Blue out.
Okay. Because, yeah, I know one of my former employers unionized, or had unions show up after I left.
Lynx would like to share the
Oh, yeah.
following inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
Okay, so we got the Atlas Nomad. I believe these have the Quasar thrusters. I'm just staying away from the Quasar thrusters. Because those can, like, bug kill you. Like, not that you misplayed it, just it decides, nope, it hit you in the head, just die. Because you pull up to lever, you're not even physically allowed to move, and just the moment it ends, your head explodes kind of thing. The vast expanses between ports, the only person you have to depend on is yourself. Only one ship is built for the life on the rails, the Atlas Nomad, designed for the independent hauler. The Nomad's spacious sleeper cabin is your home away from home, boasting every essential amenity. With 3 rugged Quasar thrusters, ample cargo space, and modular exterior storage, the Nomad is truly your long-term hauling. Powerful, dependable, enduring, a foundation of a better world. Cool. So we have Hazard 5, Pressurization. Yay. Pressurization's awful. It's fun, but it's definitely one of those ones where you look at a ship, you just scratch your head from it going, okay, how can I depressurize this? Because sometimes you get lucky and you just hit the panel and it's good. Other times just like, alright, how do I deal? I'm gonna save my repair kits for now. But yeah, I know it was the company I had worked for. It had suffered a round of layoffs, went public, suffered another round of layoffs, got bought by another company and then made private again, suffered another round of layoffs, and a lot of the policies they came out were like really, really awful. That was deliberately kind of like they were trying to lay people off without laying people off by just making such a terrible place to be.
Morning, Rook. Oh, hot tip. You know all the supplies you can buy at the kiosk? You can actually scrounge a lot of that stuff for free from the ships.
Come on now, Lou. You know that's against regs.
That's just because they want us to spend every penny at the company's store.
It's also not safe. Nor sanitary.
Come on, what?
You know how long that stuff's been floating around and all that grime and dust?
They're vacuum sealed, Weaver.
Oh, probably well past their expiry date.
Okay, well, it's not like I'm saying to steal power cells and flip them on the black market.
Look, Lou, I need you to try and follow the rules now, you hear?
Yeah, whatever, boss. Catch you later, Rook. Lou out.
Cutter, I encourage you not to huff any old can of oxygen you find, but if you do, please just monitor your vitals after. Oh, and for God's sake, don't eat anything you find. Anyway, have a good shift. Holler if you need me.
Okay.
You're out. Hey, Cutter, want to see something special? Take a look at that railgate. Whew, what a beauty. You know, no matter how many times I see that old railgate fire, it never ceases to amaze me. Could be you on there one day.
Alright. But yeah, so what ended up happening is, like, as things kept getting worse and worse and worse with that kind of stuff, there was eventually a point that, you know, the staff were like, alright, like, we're just getting screwed by this, and they ended up unionizing. It helped. It's still not a good place to be, but it's better than it was. Like, the saddest part to me about that was it used to be, like, an amazing company to work for, until they started going to, like, trying to IPO and making it, like, as profitable as absolutely possible to be as, you know, enticing as possible for the shareholders and yada yada yada. Like, that's actually the thing that led me to streaming, is I went on sabbatical because one of the policies that came out, I was like, I'm sorry, I cannot in good faith work for a company with this policy. And it had to do with you were required to take what they referred to as an why am I sending that down here? They had to take what they referred to as an aptitude test. But it was kind of like, hey, if you have a disability, don't bother applying kind of situations. This aptitude test will screen you so fast, regardless of your actual aptitude.
Valuable object processed.
And I had been running the employee resource group for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. And so it's kind of very much like, yeah, no, I can't be here with this policy in place and not feel like an absolute hypocrite. So I went on sabbatical. And that was about the time the channel started picking up, and I was like, alright, maybe I'll just do this for a while. And for the most part, the channel's done at least decent enough I've been able to keep doing it. Gotten a little rough when, like, things were particularly slow. Like, during the last spring, you know, that's really the slow season for streamers. That was dicey and uncomfortable.
Material deposited.
Okay, there we go. Just letting it finish calculating up that money. You can see it kind of flashing on that top right over there. Oh, it stops flashing. It's got done. Why is spring slow to streamers? No new games have come out for a long while. A lot of people are going back to school. A lot of people are getting back to their jobs, all that kind of stuff. You know, said you could never make equivalent by a streamer. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I could absolutely not make, like, don't get me wrong, I'm making way the heck less than I used to. I'm a software developer with over 15 years experience. I was doing pretty well for myself. And I am actually really well known within my tech stack. Like literally for a while, you could go to the primary website for the tech stack that I worked in, and they had a learning section. And my courses were the ones they recommended you take. And I'm not going to say the tech stack, because that'll get too far. And that said, the company who makes that tech stack, or is like the primary, whatever you want to say, they eventually did make their own courses and then took down everyone else's stuff. But for a good couple of years, it was like, no, this is who you talk to. This is the person you go to learn. Like I used to speak at conferences all the time.
Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep.
Okay.
Any extra sleep time will be docked from the next pay cycle.
Let's see, December, February are the best months for sure. Really, December to February? Are you still working as dev? Not really. Like right now, I full-time stream, and it takes up pretty much most, if not all, my time. Yeah. People are more generous. Usually, for most industries, when you get, like... So early December, I don't know about. But, like, once you get past the holidays, usually that's when people are, like, the tightest on their budgets, from my experience. Because they've just, you know, just spent all their money on Christmas gifts and all that kind of stuff. Angie saying, I literally just said that the employer I was working for did a bunch of really kind of crap things, and I went on sabbatical, just like, okay, I just want to take a break. I've been working full-time since I was a teenager, like, with, like, no breaks the entire time for 15-plus years. It'd be actually, like, 25 years, because I didn't start as a dev. And I was like, I'll go on a sabbatical, and then the streaming picked up. I was like, yeah, I'll just keep doing this. That said, like, I was burning out pretty bad on dev sometimes. Like, February is usually when it starts to cool off, but when it comes to viewership, more people are in homes in December and January too. Gotcha. Yeah, I wonder, looking back at my number, I know the spring is tough. And then, like spring dives real hard, and then summer it comes back up pretty well, and then it kind of dives down again. And then you get to around the point where everyone's dropping their games trying to capture, like, the you know, holiday sales at the end of the year, and that's when it kind of spikes back up again as well. It comes in waves, because that's like when all the new games get announced and everything, and people want to check that out, and they want to see their, you know, their favorite streamer play it and all that kind of stuff. How'd you get into it? How did you get into it? Into software dev? So honestly, the very first thing I did at dev, if you want to count this, I worked an IT job that had a really, really crappy backup system. So it's like the old tape drive type back thing. And you'd have to sit there, and when you wanted to do backup, you'd push a button, it'd spit out the tape, you'd put it in the new tape, you'd push the button and push the next button, and you have to wait for 15 minutes. And then you'd hit the first button, the tape would come out, you push the second button, you hit the third button, you know, you just sit there and you'd do that. And that'd be like 3 hours of your day, just mind-numbingly, like, push this button. It was just enough time you couldn't go and really do something else, but it sucked to stand there. And I finally got fed up. I realized I could write a script for this thing, you know, to code-wise basically do a lot of that. And I wrote a script that basically would say, okay, cycle the tape, spit it out, put the new one in, cycle the tape, spit it out, like, just do it really fast, so I could just, like, put out each one, and then do the backups on all the tapes, because it was a carousel that had a bunch of tapes in there. And so by scripting it, I took a job that was taking me 3 hours of, you know, just slam your head in the wall, please make it stop, to it have, like, 5 minutes of just swapping these tapes out. It would run however long it needed to run. It didn't even, I didn't even care how long it took to run at that point, because it just wasn't a thing I had to worry about. And then whenever it'd finish, I would basically do it again, to, you know, take out all the backup tapes to, you know, store those off-site. How did you get that first IT job? You went to school for it? No, for me, I got into IT directly out of high school. I actually started my own business on the side doing computer repair and networking solutions because I learned about it because I did lots of LAN parties. And so people came to me to fix their computers, to fix the networking, to do all those kind of things. So I learned by interest. And then from there, when I started into college, for the first year of college, I had unmet need to afford my schooling. And so I basically got a job on campus working their help desk. And I would have kept doing that, except I didn't have unmet need the next year, so I was no longer eligible. And the dumb thing is the reason I had no unmet need is because I got paid by the college to work on campus. And therefore I no longer had the job that gave me the money that made it so I could afford college, and recreating unmet need is the stupidest thing ever. Luckily, at that point, I had a year of experience. I was able to, go get a different job. But it was just one of those things like, wait a second. So you're saying, I can't afford to go to college, so you're going to give me a job so I can afford college, but then once I can afford college, you're going to take the job back away so I can't afford college. Thanks. That makes sense. What? It's so dumb. Alright, let's work on durability and protecting ourselves as best we can. So that's strength, tether amount, charged push unlock. Alright. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and then we'll get on to the next ship. So bear with me for just a minute, I'll be right back. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. All right, let's open the door behind us. All right. Let's see. Did you switch languages a lot over your career, or do you largely use one since the beginning? So, because I worked for a lot of companies that ended up acquiring other companies, it's a thing that happens a lot in the software dev side. If you're outside of, like, I mean, even in gaming, I guess it does happen. That basically, you have a lot of these startups that spin up, and they'll have something that, you'll have your broad product you offer, and they'll do this one thing better than you do. Like, just the one thing they'll just do way better. And so your company acquires them. And that's like a normal process that happens all the time. But one of the things that happens when you have that is usually a lot of the people who get acquired want to be in the startup life, and they'll quit. Maybe not right away, but a lot of them will quit. A lot of them will churn. Or just in general, software devs do have a very high rate of churn. So what ends up happening is all these projects would come in from, all sorts of different languages all over the place, and then the people would leave, and then I would be the one who's like, all right, what the crap is this? Figure out how it works, take it apart, do all that kind of stuff. So I did end up being quite of what's known as a polyglot, in the sense that I worked in tons and tons and tons of languages. C# was my preference, language-wise, and I did more work in that than anything. But I mean, PHP, Java, JavaScript, if you count it, all the web browser technologies, lots of different mobile stacks like Xamarin, XAML, all that kind of stuff. I've done C, C++, C, C#, VB.NET. Oh man, what was that database? FileMaker? That was a piece of junk. I've had to do that. You said you learned networking. Did you ever consider security? Like, you mean cybersecurity? That's a very different animal than networking. I literally had a course on cybersecurity, which is from the developer standpoint. But yeah. No, and like I don't think it's still active. I had my was it Security Plus was the name of the certificate? I wouldn't be against it. To be fair, like I actually did for a little while. I don't want to deal with the quasar nacelles. So electric and explosion risk, but for a little while I had started CompTIA Security Plus. Yes. For a little while there, I was looking into going into digital forensics actually. That said, okay, it's a pressurized ship, and I could tell that by I moused over it and had danger marked over. So where it says danger there, it's warning me that the ship is pressurized. So I have to be careful. Let's depressurize the ship first.
Airlock depressurizing.
Because if I cut into this thing and it's pressurized, it go boom.
Airlock pressurizing.
It's fine. Where's... Oh, is that the environmental panel from this room that got ripped in there? I thought it was the one from in this room. Oh no, that's both of the panels gone. Please have one in here? Oh no. I cannot safely depressurize this ship. I done goofed. Which means we get to unsafely depressurize this ship. Do you code much these days? Not that much. Oh good, it's already depressurized. It was just violently depressurized. Excellent, everything's fine. I was worried that we were still in a pressurized cabin and just unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, I'm going to learn from my mistake last time, which is I forgot to do this, which is to detach the thruster. Are you a Linux wizard? I used to use... Yeah, no, I'm aware. I could see that it was pressurized to begin with, I just didn't check the door. You don't need to do that. If you just literally point your mouse over it, it'll say danger on the part of the ship if it's pressurized. But, I used to use Linux as, not my main operating system for, like, gaming or whatever, but when I was a college student, like, that was around the time that netbooks were real popular, that had the processing power of a literal potato chip. Not actually, but it felt like it. And everything was coming with, like, Windows Vista and everything at the time. So I definitely was running Linux on that, and I've definitely done a lot of work on Linux systems, usually like network hardware and all that, whether it be micro Linux distros and all that for running it. That said, I don't use Linux anymore because, I don't know, I want to get something done. Like, Linux is a perfectly fine operating system and all that, but for a lot of use cases, you can use Linux if you really want to, but you're just going to have better time just using Windows. And I know there's going to be some people like, Linux is fine. It's like, you're not wrong. Oh, that says danger still. Are you pressurized on the outside? No. Mostly that's me being salty because I used to have a friend who would just badmouth, like, it was like his pastime was trash talking Windows and how great Linux was, and most of his arguments didn't even make sense. So that's partially me just venting a little. Linux is fine. Yeah. That's kind of how it was dealing with a lot of people in the 90s, 2000s when it came to Linux. Is there was a lot of people who they're very elitist about it. What distro do you use, if you don't mind me asking, Eunuch? What's still pressurized? Oh, right, the sides of the ship were still pressurized. We're playing a dangerous game, just messing with that stuff like that. All it takes is one of these, like, brackets or whatever to come flying at you. What was your second job in tech? What was my second job? So... Well, it depends on you if you consider me teaching A+ certification in computer repair as a college instructor as being in tech, or if not that, it'd be help desk coordinator, which is a really fancy word for people would call me, and I would either fix their problem over the phone, or I would, you know, assign the appropriate person to the appropriate person to do the job, or if there's no one available, I would personally go to their desk, kind of thing. Like, I still did all the help desk calls myself as well, but my main responsibility is to make sure people got helped by someone. Because it's more than any one person could do. And the help desk coordinator job was when I kind of sort of made the pivot to software dev. We had a help desk system there. The help desk ticket system wasn't like an actual database or anything like that. It was Microsoft Access that they were using as a multi-tenant database. For the record, Microsoft at the Access at that point did not support multi-tenant at all, which means if I wanted to enter a ticket, I had to get everyone else out of the system so that one of us could be in it at a time. Yeah. That was not a tenable thing. And it also has a hard limit on how big your database could be that was very small. So at the end of every year, I'd have to make a brand new instance of the database. So I put up with that for about 30 seconds. And I'm like, look, I have no idea what I'm doing in software dev, but I can make better than this crap. And so I did. Which, me nowadays looks back at what I did then and just kind of silently, you know, squirms in their chair going, oh god, I really hope they're not using that anymore. Because, you know, I was literally just pulling up tutorials and figuring out how to put pieces together because I had no idea what I was doing. Because, you know, very first time messing with dev, like, for an actual thing. But, I mean, I built an entire help desk system. It had, you know, keep inventory and everything. You had scheduling and all of that in there. It's just, I had a need. It wasn't being taken care of. And, you know, on slow days, because that's how IT works, is it's either everything's going 1,000 miles an hour or nothing is happening at all. So on those days when nothing is happening, I just work on it. Oh, I guarantee is used way longer. Oh yeah, it was local government. It was absolutely. I would be ashamed and upset that they probably still use it. I remember hearing from one of my coworkers after I left that place, which I only left that place because money. I wanted to be paid more. Like, that's just genuinely it, is I just wanted to be paid more, so I switched jobs to one that paid more. And apparently my boss went to the others, like, when they're, like, doing a meeting, and were like, you know, they're like, you should have been nicer to him. Like, it's a shame that you, like, ran him off. You could have been nicer. And I was like, oh, I didn't leave anything, like, because of how people treat us. Like, I felt everyone was, like, awesome there. I had a lot of fun with the group. It was strictly money. I had to pay for college. It wasn't cheap. So when someone offered me more money, I took it. I said, you used to teach A+ education? Do you think someone with no post-secondary schooling could get an entry-level job with just A+? I wouldn't even say the A+ is strictly necessary. It used to be. I shouldn't say strictly necessary. It used to be a really, really big thing. It'll still help you a lot. Like, if you have a certification and the other person doesn't, who do you think gets the job? Not always. Like, you'll make the list a little bit easier than someone else will. But yeah, the days of the CompTIA A+ certification being necessary are kind of over. It still helps, but it's not like it used to be. Like, it used to be a thing that, especially for having, like, certain, like, Department of Defense or Department of Justice, I mean, not Department of Justice, Department of Defense, other big contractors, just to be able to work for those companies, you had to have certain certifications, including the A+. But over the years, CompTIA kind of screwed itself, so it's still recognized as having value, but not the necessity it used to be. Because it used to be a thing you took it once and you were just good forever. Versus now you have to, like, re-up it every so many years. Did I ever like teaching was for money? I can assure you teaching was not for the money. If you think teachers make good money, I'm gonna shatter your hopes and dreams. Because, don't get me wrong, there are tenured professors who make good money, but by and large, teachers' pay is... They could take the same skill set they apply to teaching and use it in almost any other industry and make more money. Some exceptions apply. So teaching wasn't about money. Oh, I see, you're stuck on the frame. Yeah, Madame Cells is saying, just a caution, IT is a giant mess right now. Layout's abundant, so entry-level jobs aren't abundant. Yep. Certain circles of dev are also going through the same problem. It's the tech sector almost in its entirety is going through that, with some specific exceptions, like cybersecurity experts are weathering it pretty alright. If you're a specialized someone like a DBA and all that, you're more likely to be alright than, you know, just a straight-up dev or straight-up IT person, like technician or whatever. But yeah, no, it's the whole industry's going through it. Game devs getting hit real hard by it. Like that's the thing that the comments been that 2023 has been an amazing year for games, but an absolutely atrocious year for the gaming industry. And that's just because, you know, people are getting laid off all over the place.
1 minute left, Cutter. If you got something cooking, now's the time to plate it and bring it to the table.
Has been looking for a job in IT for almost 6 months and almost nothing. Yeah, I've had feelers out just in case, because you never know. Like, one of the things that happens is when there's economic problems, one of the first places that suffer is entertainment, which as a content creator, that means my livelihood. So you never know if like things are gonna get real rough or something like that. So I've been putting feelers out, and you know, things that were just guaranteed, like I could walk in and be like, I want that job, and I could just have it, are nowhere near easy as get to. Yep, you were laid off in May and narrowly avoided in September. Game dev is scary right now. Then the game dev overhired during COVID due to the influx in sales. Yeah, this is me being a little bit jaded on the way a lot of companies operated. I honestly feel like the overhiring thing was a deliberate thing that a lot of companies did. That they deliberately overhired so they could cut away the more expensive people they didn't want.
Enjoy the following inspirational message. Success is not the key to happiness.
But
Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you do, you will be successful.
Thanks, Hab Voice. But
There, Rook. Saw that you found an old data drive while you were salvaging. Now, I'm a bit of a tech head and a history nerd, so I love these things. They're uncensored info. Sometimes it's junk, but sometimes it's gold. Either way, it's a more genuine view of the colonies than what you see on the garbage news networks. I'm sending you a data recovery program. You'll see it on your HAB terminal.
okay.
Soaking in solar radiation mangles up the data pretty bad, but you can usually pull 1 or 2 intact files. Hopefully it'll give you a better sense of the wider world. Warts and all. Have fun. Later, Rook.
Nah, but I've absolutely been there in companies when they do their layoffs and they just kind of go through, and they'll keep like those crucial people they just cannot get away from. But if you look at like a dev team of say like 20, 30 people, and say like, let's say like half of them are senior, they'll keep like 2 of the seniors and they'll wipe out the rest. And some of the juniors that are on the higher end of the pay, they'll wipe them out as well and just bring in a whole bunch of new people. And it's 100% just reset the salaries down. But it's led to a lot of problems in the industry as well, because for those entry-level positions that they open, they try and hire senior people at those entry levels, like entry-level pay. It's been really bad in that regard, and that's software dev. I can't really speak for the IT because they've not been the IT side for a while. All right, but it's been rough. But yeah, you're dealing with that as an administrator now. So as a network administrator, it's like as administrator, it's like, wait a second, I don't understand. Right, so as like a network administrator, so you know, you got a bunch of newbies and all that. Do the FANG companies do that slimy practice too? I have no idea. I've found it to be pretty industry wide, not even a single industry. I haven't looked into the FANG companies in a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, because why wouldn't they? Like, another practice that really, really upsets me that's been going on is companies putting up not offers, but, companies putting up, like, we're hiring, assistant network administrator, but it's a job they never intend to actually hire for. Like, it's not a real job. And they do that for a couple of reasons. They do that, one, to make it look like the company is, like, pursuing growth to investors. Because it's one of those things that companies will look into that they don't actually have to report one way or another. So when, you know, people do their private research about a company, they see, oh, they're hiring a bunch of people. That's a very promising thing. You know, they're clearly growing. But again, they never intend to actually fill those roles. There's the fuel shutoff I was looking for earlier. But, so they do that. See if there's one on the other side. Yeah, there is. And And they also do it because then, you know, when you have your team, you're overworked, and you're just like, look, man, I need you to bring more people in here. And they're like, oh, we're trying. We can't find people. Like, look, see, we got all these, you know, job postings, but no one's taking them. You know, something, 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 economy, something, 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 competition, whatever. And it's become enough of a problem because then you have the legitimate jobs out there who are trying to get people. Well, if I have a job I'm never actually going to be hiring someone for, I can say, I'm going to pay you $1 billion or whatever. I'm not going to say that. But the thing is, I can be extremely generous on the benefits and the pay because I'm never going to actually pay them. Like, it's never going to be a real job. So for the legitimate jobs trying to post to find people, they're competing with these non-existent jobs, and it's making it a problem for people who are looking for work. And people are trying to hire people, making it more difficult for them to find each other. And it's gotten bad enough, at least here in the States, that a number of states are trying to come up with laws to address it. I don't know how effective those laws are going to be. If they're going to be toothless or what. But that just goes to show you that it's becoming a big enough a problem that, you know, they're getting the local legislatures to be like, hang on, this has to stop. Now, I feel like even if they do pass laws, it'll be one of those things that's like super difficult to prove. You know, at which point I've had people say, well, then why bother making the law? It's like, you'll have that one middle manager who, you know, makes some snide email to someone. Is like, yeah, don't worry about filling it. We're not gonna ever fill that role or whatever. You know, just keep the posting up to keep them quiet. Like, they'll make that post, and, you know, if that happens enough and enough people get whacked for it, they'll stop doing it, or at least it'll massively mitigate it. That said, I have no idea if the laws they're looking at are going to be effective or not. I have no idea the strategy they're using. But it is one of those things that there's an abuse happening, and they're going, we have to figure out a way to stop this. It's hurting our... like, it's causing a serious economic problem. But how? Thruster fuel? We'll grab that in a minute.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oh. And you don't want to cut near the packages, they'll catch fire. It's not a big danger thing that you'll catch fire unless you're too close to it. But it is a thing you'll destroy stuff worth some money. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. And I clearly don't have the answers for everything. Let's grab the repair kit.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage registered.
All right.
Credits. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Okay, so we do have an oxygen container and a fuel kit. I actually got two of them here. And our repair kit we can grab. Alright. So let's try and pop the panel so I can get the reactor out of here. Wait till it's clear the ship. They'll yank out the reactor. Once you pull that joker out, it starts counting down before it goes boom. So you gotta be quick about it. So usually that's the trick with the reactors, is just do what you have to do to position it, where you can just, when you pull the reactor, it just gets yanked directly into the barge. So do the setup you gotta do to get all that stuff in position. Alright, I'm just gonna grab that O2 canister, because if I cut that, I'll probably explode it. Go ahead and grab the fuel canister, because we have multiple floating around here. Oh, and the way you can tell if stuff's separated is if you look in the middle of the screen where it says below furnace, you'll notice it has the weight. So I put my mouse to the main hull, it's like 4,800, that's 500. So you can get an idea of how much weight you have there. So if I cut something and suddenly it drops down to like a couple hundred to 1,000, then I know I'm good.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
So I can tell the back panel's detached from the ship now.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Oh, whatever. Let's try to pop the panel off.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Raw material deposited.
Alright, looks like we got everything out of here for the most part, so what we're going to do here is we're going to grab this. That goes to the furnace, so I'll pop that over there and get out of the way. Then grab that and pop that over there. And just let the tethers do their magic. Okay. And so far, we're not dead yet. Yep, okay, they're both good. Okay.
Material accepted.
Just waiting for those to process real fast, and we'll get there. Have you unlocked the different scanners yet? One of them, I believe.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
We're looking at 5 minutes left in your ship, Cutter. Do what you do.
Okay.
Weaver out.
And we are good with this one. Alright. Another ship processed.
New certification level has been achieved. License level increased.
And for those who aren't catching what these certification levels are, is it's basically after you take apart a ship or two, it's like, okay, you can do the next harder ship. So you actually gain those levels pretty quick. It's like every ship to other ship, you'll gain a level if you like do a good job of clearing it up.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Overnight genetic backup complete. Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
All right, folks. Got a priority message coming in from corporate. Everyone put down what you're doing and have a listen.
Maybe they're gonna give us some holiday time. That'd be awesome.
That would be a first.
Probably just another Pilsen kid getting a cushy exec job.
Hush up now, y'all.
This is an important message to all Link Salvage Division employees. It's come to our attention, thanks to a very loyal member of our family, that there has been talk about forming a Shipbreakers union. A union is a dangerous thing, where extensive fees are extracted for so-called representation of your workers' rights. At Lynx, our top priority is already your well-being. This is why union activity is strictly prohibited by your contract, for your own protection. To safeguard you and your work, we are immediately dispatching an administrator to every salvage sector. This administrator will oversee operations and ensure proper employee conduct. They are authorized to correct worker behavior by any means, and they'll remain in place until we can guarantee company-wide integrity. Until then, remember, the company is your family. The union is your enemy. Thank you.
No holiday. Told ya.
A union? I haven't heard anything about that. Have you?
Of course not.
Probably happening around the Martian districts. They always been quarrelsome.
You heard anything like that, Lou?
No. Hey, Weaver, do you know when our administrator's showing up?
Week, maybe? Coming all the way from HQ with Jupiter Gate. When they get here, we'll need to be on our best behavior.
Oh, great.
Nothing to fret about, all right? But they are going to be checking everything. Salvage logs, transmission records, operational efficiency.
Oh, great.
You'll be fine, Kai. It's not a performance review.
Lou's right. Now, let's just try and keep our heads down and weather this storm together. See y'all in the yard. Weaver out.
I will say, if you ever...
Hey!
Oh, wait.
Don't worry, this is a closed channel. There won't be a log. Well, looks like things might get a bit difficult around here. They're gonna try to make our lives hell. Don't worry. Just having access to the Union News Group doesn't make you a full-fledged member. Besides, no one from corporate has access. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous. If anything happens, I'll make sure nothing comes down on you. Lou out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you ever work for a company that said it's part of your contract that you can't unionize, that is a company you unionize. It's like your first order of business is you unionize. When it sounds like you absolutely don't need a union, it's like, why did you make that such a big deal? I feel like you making such a big deal out of that means I probably should have this. Also, that'd be highly illegal. But, at least here in the US. But, you know, the company that goes out of their way to do that is like, yeah, there's a reason they don't want you to do that. It's not in your best interest. So we got a new ship, the Javelin Tanker Small. The Javelin is Helix heavy industry, highly modular, multi-purpose ship type, primarily used for industrial purposes. The tanker model is a mobile fuel platform. Beware of extensive fire hazards on board. An entry-level version of the tanker was easy to create by simply stripping out expensive creature comforts, cup holders, padded seats, safety features, and so on. Oberon Sodi, CEO Helix Heavy Industries. Yay! Get rid of all the safety features. Excellent. All those safety features taking up so much space. Do you ever get to take apart military ships? I think well, so I believe in this universe there wasn't like an armed space conflict where so let's see, I don't know, man. My family worked at DuPont when I was growing up. It's a great company that took care of its people, and it was hardcore against unions. I mean, all companies are hardcore against unions for the most part. But it's like one of those things that like they're actively like don't unionize, like they make a big deal about constantly being like that. I would immediately be suspicious. I would be checking all of my paperwork, make sure my insurance is actually working and all of that. I would be extremely suspicious of everything. Alright, so let's get the cooldown so I don't have to keep doing stuff again. Alright, so let's repair this, because some of these are getting spicy. Yeah. We know what's for good for you, just don't unionize, okay? Yeah, like, it's one thing if they're like, we're not sure, like... It's one thing if you're talking to, like, your CEO, and he's like, yeah, I don't see, like, what people get out of union in my company. Like, that, whatever, that's candor, sure. But if the company is, like, actively, like, not petitioning, but, like, actively constantly being like, you shouldn't. The guy says if they said they unionize, they'd close the plant. Good, that'd be illegal. They'd get in a lot of trouble.
Morning, folks. How y'all holding up? I've had a question. What? Hello? You're... I can't hear you, Kaido.
Kai, try switching to another frequency and then back again.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Hey, okay. I have a question. What's this administrator gonna do?
They're bean counters. Waste our time with productivity reports.
Oh, they've come here before?
Sure, loads of times. Profits drop, they send someone. Accidents go up, they send someone. Sometimes they just send someone to find out if they need to send someone.
They ain't a big deal, Kai.
You heard right, Paulson. I guess they're just snooping around for union stuff. Right?
Yeah. Gonna be here a week, tops. These types have the attention span of a gopher. They'll move on pretty quick.
What's a gopher?
What? Boy, you better come visit sometime on Mars when you're done here.
One day, we'll all go see them gophers and whatnot. Keep that front of mind, and don't fret none. Carry on now. Weaver out.
Okay.
Salvage deposit registered. Account.
All right. Keep pulling this out. This game does look really good. Oh, Hardspace Shipbreaker is an amazing game. Like, I don't see it as a game you're gonna get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours out of. Like, there's a main story you do, and that's a lot of fun. And you can keep tearing apart the ships again and again and again. And like I said, there's like 10 base models of the ships, and then they come with like all sorts of different configurations and all that. And those configurations make them feel like entirely different ships, even if the, the base hull is kind of the same.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So like they absolutely will absolutely is a solid game. Like I said, it's not a it keeps like you're trying to think it's like it's not a puzzle game, because a puzzle game there's a specific solution to each challenge and yada yada. But they do have dangers, and certain dangers do have different ways of dealing with them. Some much safer than others. But it is a thing that you kind of just go through. What?
Secured. Account credit applied.
It seemed like I accidentally paused the game somehow. Alright. Oh yeah, okay, no problem. I'll wait till the ad breaks over for you. The ad thing sucks so much. Like, I understand Twitch doesn't have a way to get context of what's going on in the stream and that kind of stuff. They did add a thing that it's supposed to delay the ads, like, if an ad lands right as someone raids and that kind of thing, that'll deliberately delay it for, I don't know how long, a couple minutes or whatever. No idea how well that works, because it's not something I particularly have noticed when usually when a raid happens, I'm busy, you know, welcoming people in, checking to see what game they're playing, like doing what I can to, you know, not be the person who's just like, thing of the raid and immediately ignore everything afterwards, because that doesn't feel good when you do that as the person raiding in. But someone else, like, even worse is when they just straight up ignore you. Because like, alright, I don't know why I bothered.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Okay. So I think the red means it's pressurized, if I remember correctly. Oh, usually there's a hatch back there as well. Oh, no, we're good. That's not pressurized.
Airlock depressurizing.
Yeah, no, explosive decompression is a real big danger. Like, you've got, like, little bits of pressure, like that room there. I felt perfectly fine just popping that open. Like, the worst thing is you can get banged by a seat, which can kill you. But you notice, like, I went up to the wall, and I stuck my hand on the wall and just stayed out of the way of the door. That's relatively safe. But if you go to, like, a whole... Like, the whole side of the ship is that way, don't cut into it. You can straight up have explosive decompression. Is there a tier system for ads? When you watch some big streamers, sometimes you get hours go by, and then they'll manually run an ad. No, so the way ads work on Twitch is if I do literally nothing on my end, like literally nothing at all whatsoever, you get hit with what's known as a pre-roll ad, which just basically means when you join the stream, you get hit for, I think it's like a minute and a half or whatever number of ads. Like, the number of ads is completely irrelevant. It's how long the ads happen, because that's what you're dealing with. That's an interesting reactor position. I don't remember running to that one before. How are you attached? You just... I guess just cut you off the back. Okay. I can start hacking apart this hull. But yeah, so you get hit with a minute and a half.
Reserves are dropping.
Oh, we'll deal with that first. But the problem is those pre-roll ads are really, really, really bad for channel growth. Like, really, really bad. Because if you don't know if you're going to be interested in my content or not, and you pop in and you get slapped with a minute and a half of ads, a lot of people aren't going to stick around to see if your content's any good. So that's what happens if I do literally nothing. Now, the alternative is I can run 3 minutes of ads per hour to disable the pre-rolls. And that's the minimum. Now, I can run it as 3 minutes per hour, I can run it as like a minute and a half per half hour, I can run it as like 45 seconds per quarter hour, that kind of thing. But it has to come up to a cumulative total of 3 minutes. If they're doing that, see K-Hawk, that means they have pre-roll ads on. Is what that means. So what had happened is they'd have 2 hours, basically they'd have those 3 hours that have pre-rolls, and then once they run that, they'd have 1 hour with no pre-rolls. Before then, they'd have to run more ads to disable it. Different people make different decisions, different people have different strategies. But when I did like 13 or so different A/B tests between running pre-rolls and mid-rolls, and 100% of the time I had better viewership with the mid-rolls over the pre-rolls. And that's viewership, not revenue. So while I've absolutely say, you know, oh, the mid-rolls are so much worse, you shouldn't use them, I kept testing and testing and testing and testing, and I got the same results every single time, which is something that never happens. But I kept testing it, like I said, 13 plus times or whatever it was, and the same results every single time. So that was enough to me to be like, alright, that's the way it is. And don't get me wrong, people could get tired of it, and then you get different results and yada yada. And I definitely lost some viewers when I did the switch. But it's kind of a loss of like a handful, not even a handful, it's like 2 or 3 existing viewers when I did the switch. Versus I was gaining way more followers after the switch, many of whom end up becoming long-term viewers. It's just what it is. No one likes ads. But the reality is, the classic, if you're not paying for it, you know, the company's getting their money somehow. They're getting your cash out of your wallet, or they're selling your data, or they're selling you ads. Not selling you ads, they're throwing ads at you. That's just the reality of the internet. Nothing's free.
Clock says 5 minutes left. You know what to do. Weaver out.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
But yeah, so I run mid-rolls to get rid of the pre-rolls. Now, ways you can get around the ads is you can sub to the channel. Obviously, I have a vested interest in you doing that, but that's not why I run the ads. Another option you have to getting away from the ads is there's what's called Twitch Turbo. It costs, I think it's like $12-15 a month, whatever it is. That disables almost all the ads in Twitch entirely. The only exception is stuff like live sporting events or live conferences, those kind of thing. Oh, I'm guessing Unic didn't hear. I just asked what distro of Linux you use, because I know when I used it, I tried Knoppix, Ubuntu, Red Hat, Fedora. There was another one began with an M, but I don't remember. Majora? No idea. I've not heard of that one. It's probably just one that came out after I stopped using Linux. I know the one I used back in the day was Ubuntu, but because that was back when like none of the Linux distros were all like power user only kind of thing. Oh, I forgot about Arch Linux. But yeah, like that was like when Ubuntu was relatively new and their whole gist was like, let's make like Linux, you know, let's make the Linux user experience way better. I'm getting myself all turned around here. There you go, that's... I'd like to cut at least one of these panels free. That way when the mission ends, I can,
Your gear's getting low. It's gonna start fighting you if you don't head back to the hab and make some repairs.
But yeah, so I was gonna say is, we want to break some of these panels off real fast. Just that way when, we start the next mission, I just pop the side off to get right in here and not have to, like, fly through everything. You started Debian? I think I tried Debian. Like, that's the thing. I remember, like, it used to be a thing that every year was going to be the year of Linux when big bad Microsoft and Windows are finally displaced and Linux is the main operating system. That was the friend who, like I said, was very elitist about it. Which, like, don't get me wrong, with the netbook, I absolutely use Linux because that netbook just was underpowered. That That was a rough time for owning computers back then, when the netbook phase was. Because everyone was selling these tiny little computers that cost only like $200. They were like super duper cheap. But like they had zero hardware behind them. So like, even running the most basic operating system was a struggle. They're basically good for, you know, a word processor and your operating system and nothing more. Like, even calling in email machine is being very generous, because it'd still get pretty pokey putsy. Yep. You know, saying the Linux user base grows. Yeah, it does. I don't think we'll ever hit a point that, like, Linux straight up replaces Windows. Just the same thing, I don't think we'll ever hit a point that, you know, Mac OS ever replaces Windows.
Oxygen low.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Oxygen costs can be reduced.
I could definitely see where it takes a bite out of Windows. It'll just be so very difficult to get a lot of the, like, get employers to switch over outside of, like, just random hardware and whatever. You can't even recall which distro you used, Debian, Ubuntu, Arch, Gen 2 Mint, Linux from scratch, but that was more education than not. Yeah. Like, I had my, was it Linux Plus? Like, I remember I got almost, like, all the CompTIA certifications back in my IT days. Like, I was very proficient with Linux way back then, but I haven't used it outside of, like, networking equipment where it's just console or terminal or whatever you want to call it. In years.
The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at work worth doing.
Cool, we got new poster and money. Alright, so we got some equipment that's a little dodgy. Let's go ahead and repair the one that's at 50%. Let's see. The most important question, does that paw logo ever hit the corners of the screen? Does the paw, like the Lynx logo, ever go in the corner? I don't know. But as you can see, as we're getting to the bigger ships, it takes me a bit longer to do them, because like the front half of the ship would be kind of the equivalent of the ship we started on. Yep. Link screensaver, yeah. You really hope it does. Oh, like you just walk away from the computer, just as like the thing that bounces around, like the old.
What's it like to work with animals?
Logo.
I always wanted to get into it.
It's tough work, kiddo.
Tougher than shipbreaking?
Well, no. But, well, it's just different, I guess. Nothing quite like wrestling a calf.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Eris doesn't get fresh meat, just the big stuff.
Yeah, even on Earth, it's only really for rich people.
It was a pretty good job growing up, even if it was hard. It's not what it used to be.
Huh. How so?
Mr. Tucker, the owner, was about as useful as a steering wheel on a mule. No clue how to run a ranch. Was mostly my family keeping things going. But Tucker cut corners too much. Raising cattle on Mars is just a damn tricky thing. So we ended up struggling just to keep him alive.
That sounds fascinating. And also a little sad.
So it wasn't pleasant near the end, kiddo.
Alright.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Make sure all detached here. Okay. And yeah, it's like, people's perspective might learn. Gotcha. Let's see. Enoch saying, to be fair, I still have Windows installed, mostly because I have older SSD from Samsung. Because of their bug firmware, trim doesn't work with Linux on the SSD. Yeah. That was, one of the things I ran into with, I had my buddy who was trying to game on Linux, and again, for context, we're talking this is like 2002. So, like, entirely different situation nowadays. I hear Linux is way better, but in 2002, trying to get, like, good video drivers was not an easy thing if you were on Linux. You'd have people who make, like, kind of their own aftermarket sort of drivers. But yeah, it was a hot mess. You'd have to, like, go out of your way to make sure you had hardware that was supported. Yeah, and I figured it had improved, because they were putting a lot of effort into making it better back then. It just hadn't quite seen fruition yet. But I remember that being one of the main pain points for my my friend who used Linux as the main. And the other thing is, back then you had to for a lot of games you had to, it wasn't Wine, it was you basically had to use software to effectively simulate Windows stuff to run certain things on Linux. And it was okay, it came with overhead.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
And you understand, like, I mean, that got better with where a kind of experience got better for everything with, like, virtualization and Hyper-V and all those kind of things. Completely changed the paradigm for virtual machines and all that. Because running a virtual machine used to be really rough. Like, you could do it, but it was an absolute resource hog compared to what it is now.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Gotcha. AMD drivers are open source. And NVIDIA could use their proprietary driver. Or could be open source ones. Gotcha. Okay, that sounds like it's pretty good shape. Does different salvage go to different areas? Yes, so if you see in the middle of the screen, you'll see where it says processor there. Processor means it goes to the blue one. And it'll be processor, barge, or refinery. Generally speaking, if it's something that you'd want in, like, just intact the way it is, so like computers, chairs, stuff like that, it goes on the barge, the reactor. If it's something like armored plates and stuff like that, where you'd want to keep like the hunks of metal in one piece, that goes in the processor. And if it's something you'd want to melt down and make into something else, that goes in the refinery. That's just like a very broad generalization. But every one of them will tell you where to put it by, like, when you put your mouse cursor over, it'll be like, it goes there. Now, I have processors and refineries on both sides of me, and the barge is below. But they are color-coded. Get you taken care of because you're spinning, which is going to make you annoying to deal with.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
And just the same as you see these yellow points, anything that has the yellow and the stripes is a cut point. It means you're going to end up cutting is what it boils down to. It's how you, like, take apart the ship. Oh, and if you go on any of those things, like the processors and that, it is super fatal.
Applying credits to account.
So you definitely don't want to do that. And they do have kind of a suction to them. So if you get too close, you get the idea. So you keep your distance. I've died a good number of times in playthroughs in the past by like trying to like whip something out of a whip a heavy panel and actually catapulting myself into it.
Oxygen reserves are low.
I think I've only suffocated in the game like one time in all the time I've played it. Yeah, your distance until you get launched into one. It's usually, like I said, when I'm trying really hard to sling a particularly heavy panel. Oh, let's just go ahead and do the thruster fuel because we're low anyways. Okay. Yeah, so that's control panel. It says barge on it.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
But the game's got a good story to it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
So you don't use the tether much? You don't like it? Oh, no, I like the tethers. Usually I'll end up using the tethers when we start getting really big, heavy panels. When you start getting those panels that are like 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms, you'll see me using the tethers constantly. But for this little light stuff, like this is 400. I literally could just pop over here real fast and just go nudge and it's done. So stuff like these big panels in the bottom, like this one's actually not too bad. It's about 2,000. Or if, like, later on you'll have where you're trying to separate things, that you're not done with them yet, there's times I'll use tethers to be the means of, like, pulling one to the back of the wall. Or, like, if you have, you know, the inner part of a, you know, thing you're trying to pull the ring off, I'll use the tether to, like, pull the ring towards the processor while I grapple the inside part and just, you know, kind of hold fast till it's clear. Nah, tethers are lots of fun. They can get you in trouble, though. That's how you smack yourself with sometimes. Yeah, so that can't be cut away, I don't believe.
Processing object. Applying credit to account.
So we're definitely gonna tether that away. Oh, I can pull the ring out.
Alright. This is your 5-minute warning, Cutter. 5 minutes left. We were out.
Once I pull this out, then I can tether the big, heavy 5K ring. Let's pull that out the side. Tag you. Right on in. Because that should pull that clear. And I believe if I tag you, that should whip it around. It might snag this, but I think that's okay. Nope, worked exactly like I hoped. It mostly just rotate on its spot, and that's going to get pulled in.
Valuable object. Credits awarded.
Alright, so you're good. And you're also heckin' heavy.
Tether supplies running low.
Alright.
Deposit accepted for processing.
You guys like losing the tethers to attach multiple things together than pulling the things once? Tether train? Yeah, I was never really good with the tether train. It's so much fun when you set it up. There's definitely a lot of me, like, fumbling about with it.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Why are you still weighing a ridiculous amount? You shouldn't... Oh, you've got a... Oh, no. Okay. There's those ones that got the fuel line running through the whole ship. Alright. That means there's probably a fuel cutoff somewhere here in the back.
Secured. Credits deposited.
You can find the fuel cutoff. Yeah, so some of those things where you have like arrows and all that, those are cues saying like, hey, cut here, that kind of thing. So if you notice that panel I went and I cut, I should have pointed out before I did it. The outer ring of it was furnace and the inner ring of it was barge. And the barge thing was way more valuable, so we just destroyed the outer part to get to the inner part. Oh, I think these are fuel lines you just pull off the wall and that's it. Cool off again.
Cutter, you got 1 minute left. Time to shift your biscuits.
And I'm just trying to cut apart as much of this as I can before time runs out.
Warning. Low oxygen reserves.
I'm not going to be able to wait for that, I don't think. It's fine. We did a good job of cutting that thing apart. Because then what'll happen is, the next one I'll just go and start just snapping those panels to the sides and all that. The ones with the giant fuel containers are fun. Uh-huh. Like, you have the one giant one right in the middle, and you're like, alright, where's the place where, like, surgically, like, you know, cut the little brackets apart, and then trying to slide this thing around.
Oxygen levels.
Alright. So, make another $4.5 million. And you'll notice we haven't even made the first Ichigo town once. You eventually get there. Alright. Ooh, stretch.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx would like to share the following message. The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
Oh, good. Potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate. Excellent. Tell me more. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom again, so I'm going to be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Yep, let's, take a minor detour. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after, what was that time span? Oh! We get to see the bug that I talked about. Is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were.
This is why I'm skipping
go
Quasar
someplace
engines,
where
by
there
the
were
way,
prospects
is
and
what you're going to see right here.
But what happened is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town you'd Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical.
Yeah, so that's why we're not doing the Quasar engines, because you notice when you grab that lever, you can't like pivot or move or anything. It locks you in place. So, like, I did the thing correctly. It's just sometimes it bugs and it bangs you in the head with the thing versus it's supposed to drift apart. So that's the reason why we're skipping every single time a Quasar engine comes up. We're just like, nope. Nope. I don't want to die to the RNG of a bug if I can help it. That is not the way to lose a hardcore one. Alright. So let's see, provides information, so that's the thing that gives you valuable. Alright. Just keep upgrading our equipment. Every little bit we get ourselves to be a little bit more durable and all that makes it ever so slightly safer for us. The real dangerous stuff will always kill you. Like if I ever mess up on an engine, you die.
Just thought I'd check
Not an
in.
engine, a reactor.
You ever miss your folks back on Earth? My old man's back on the Eris platform. It was rough growing up there. Hard to even get by. Folks just grasping at whatever work they can. Like my mom. She left to work off station when I was 4. Hardly know her. She's basically remarried now. And my dad, he's a miner. Always wanted to be prospecting himself one day, but he's tired now. Mining's driven the life out of him. It was hard. Just the two of us. Not gonna lie. People shouldn't have to make choices like that. You know? Break their families apart just to survive. Anyways, maybe someday I can do what my old man wasn't able to. Someday. Blew out.
Okay.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
And we just keep yanking these ones. So these panels are nice and light, so I don't usually... Oh, I should have topped off my tethers before we came out. I mean, we're already over here. That's one of the things that's going to top off my tethers real fast. Because then I'm going to use a couple of tethers for, like, the really big chunks of the armor on this one. I forget what the really, really big ships are called. Like the 1 or 2 models. Those ones end up using way more tethers because some of those side panels are like 7,000-8,000. Still $1.2 billion in debt? Look. I'll make it back. I mean, we're literally thousands and thousands of years in the future with inflation. I mean, that's basically the cost of a hamburger. No, I'm teasing. I don't remember if they ever distinctly put a date in the game. Alright, so...
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Let's get that moving. The good news is, even though this is like a big fuel freighter, this particular one doesn't have a bunch of fuel canisters I gotta deal with. Did a terrible job of that. Yes, that's where the reactor is, so let's worry about getting this main middle part out of here. Yes, these are just pods. There's no fuel canisters on here that I saw. Alright. I believe these will separate the pod holders. Okay. And that's all those.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oop, almost missed.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Okay. Each of these is $25,000, so you know. Kinda worth doing.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So middle part's still attached. You're 6,000 weight.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Oh, I think this is the one that, there ends up being points, it's like, cut here. I think that's what that's saying there, is the arrows telling you to cut along there, to detach it. We'll deal with that in a moment. Oh, we need air. So we can get the tethers.
Oxygen reserves low.
Because there are ships you have to cut the furnace panels.
To increase blood oxygen levels.
There's one you just have to straight up cut the processor or not processor, the furnace panels. Oh, and tethers.
But you have to like cut up the tether panels, or not the furnace panels, to detach stuff. That they're hard attached. There's not a way to break it without cutting. That's just you can never recover quite 100%. There we go.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Oh, there's a spot there we can pop. Yes, we've got the one down there. I think I can cut past the reactor and I'll be okay. If I'm careful. There we go. Alright, so that means I can pull all these rings and all this stuff off. Okay, so I can move you easily.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Alright, so let's move you, because this is where it's going to get real spicy, because the reactor's attached to this. Ideally, I want to twist this so that the opening is down. Let's just keep twisting and twisting and twisting and twisting.
Alright. You got 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter. Before they turn the lights out on you. We were out.
I might be able to make this work. Be a little spicy, but we're gonna try.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Get away from it. Alright.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Okay. And grab this panel.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Alright. So we're just grabbing one thing after the other, putting on the barge. Like in all those little red light bulbs, you can actually take all those off as well. They can all be sold. I'm not gonna bother. They're not worth very much. It's like that chair is 15,000. The light bulb is 3.
Account credited.
They add up, but I'm way too lazy to deal with all those. No, 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 please, 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 no, no.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Save me, save me, save me. Come on, keep tethering out. Keep tethering out. Oh, okay. All right. Whew. That was spicy. Did I mention you can accidentally throw yourselves in there pretty easily when you're slinging stuff around? Because, that's literally what I did. Alright, so that... needs to be dealt with that side. Alright, do you got a panel we can cut off very easily on this one? I don't think we do. Nope, no air filter on this one. It's okay, processor, we'll get him next time. Alright. So I need to detach these...
Fuel levels are low.
Well,
Not much
don't
left
do
of
that.
this shift, Cutter. About 1 minute remaining.
I didn't want this to take one more shift, but we probably will. Like, it'll be a short shift because it's pop over there. Where those flat parts meet that cage in the middle, I'm gonna have to go to one of them and cut along the edge. There's marked points.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
All right. Yeah, so if you look at this, you'll notice it all has these little marked points on here. You see this little arrow that points right there? Tell me to cut right here. Then we do it again over here. And then over there. Now I have to come back to it, but we cut the last side and it should just pop apart. And then I could just, you know, pull the cage off, and we should be pretty good to go. Oh, I should have done the other side. It's fine. Hey, Longclaw, thank you so much for the raid. Good seeing you again tonight.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high of -270 degrees.
Oh, good. We have our minimum payments are due by 10 a.m. Okay. But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream there, Longclaw. And what were we playing tonight? It won't tell me. Okay. So, whatever you're playing, I hope you had a good time. What were you playing? And for those who came in with the raid, what was the best part of Longclaw stream tonight? But yeah, so welcome in. We're playing some Hardspace Shipbreaker. An absolutely excellent game. It's been around for a good while, but you don't see it very often these days. We're horrifically in debt. We're only $1.2 billion in debt, working off our debt to the Lynx Corporation. It's going great. We make about 1/12,000th of about our debt per time we go out. It's fine. It's probably fine. We'll pay it off someday. Yeah. So, this game is around salvaging spaceships.
Hmm? Who's whistling? No whistling!
What? Why? What's wrong?
You don't know? It's bad luck!
Bad luck? Why is it bad luck?
It's just... Damn,
That's just superstitious, no?
what's wrong with you kids? What's next? Salvaging 7 of the same type of object in a row?
Wait, is that bad luck?
Dee Dee, that's ridiculous.
You listen to me, kiddo. I've been doing this job for 17 years. Seen a lot of bad stuff in my day. When I'm telling you don't whistle, don't process 7 of the same object in a row, and don't look at the moon while inside a ship, you really need to listen. All right. No more whistling. We got it.
Okay. And I missed Longclaw's comment because they were talking, so let me go back and catch that. Longclaw says, I had to stop stream early to go play Warhammer there, so I wanted to use the opportunity to drop by. We were playing Pokemon Infinite Fusion, a fan project combining Pokemon Generations 1, 2, and lets you combine 2 Pokemon to create a new one. It's fun. Apparently there's over 200,000 possible combinations, kind of bonkers. Nice. Let's not go into the furnace. The furnace is very good at processing me, and we are playing on permanent death. Not permanent death 3 attempts. Straight up, if I die, it's over. We did have an extremely uncomfortable close call just barely a minute ago. The fusions are pretty cursed, though. Excellent. Oh. Come on. Would you melt? There we go. Now they're separated.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
I'll damage what I want. So, furnace, get on out of here. Oh, I see. Could you work with me here? Oh, we'll just go to the side, it's fine. Alright, so trying to pull this thing apart. Barriers are supposed to be called a mill tank, which is cow with udders. Udders are okay in a cow, not so much in a humanoid-shaped Pokemons. Ew. Alright. So trying to pull that cage off real fast. In the meantime, grab the control panel. Get that out of here. But for those who don't know what Hardspace Shipbreaker is, basically you take you're horribly indebted to the company you got hired by. Very, very company town-esque situation where they get you on this little space station, you're salvaging ships. They put you like $1.2 billion into debt to get here. And you have to work off your debt to the company. But everything you do involving the company, they charge you for. So like, my oxygen, I pay for. And the idea is to try and get yourself out of debt. But there's a whole story and all that, which I won't spoil. But it's very company town-esque. The whole thing. No, don't go swimming in the processor. People don't handle being processed very well. There's a ship. Alright. But yeah, so we're trying to basically get as much value out of each ship as we can. Sounds like a fun company to work for. I mean, the entire idea is it's an awful company. Like, from start to finish, there's nothing redeeming about the company. But, so what ends up happening is you basically end up, like, cutting apart the ship piece by piece, grabbing the things of value out of it, and then, depending on what the parts are, like, if it's something I'm going to keep as it is, I put it on the barge. If it's, like, armor plating or something that, you know, maybe we're going to, like, pull it apart, but generally we're going to keep it intact. But it's just more, like, the plating or whatever you're going to reuse. We put that in the processor. It's something that's going to melt down and all that.
If you're going for value, you stop ignoring the light bulbs. This is true, but I'm also not going to stop ignoring the light bulbs. They're expensive light bulbs, but I don't have that kind of time. I can get far more money by ignoring the light bulbs and getting through the ship in like 1 or 2 less shifts to start the next ship and get the high value stuff like engines and reactors and all that. Alright, so gotta sneak that through. That's the reason I said earlier when I cut the side off, I was like, oh, I should have cut the other side off. But it made this way easier. There's the barge.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So we're good there. Pretty soon we'll have the last bit out of here.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And then the rest of this could be just hucked into the furnace once it get like...
Oxygen reserves are low.
Alright, time to go buy oxygen from the company's store.
Salvage accepted. Credits applied.
Welcome to Vendor 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay. So, $15,000 chair, no big deal.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Yes, you can absolutely grab something and slap it right into yourself and kill yourself with it. Like, as the thing comes towards you, your character will start, you know, swinging their hands in front of their face to try and, like, protect their face. But it does nothing.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
That's fine. So we're going to start doing is trying to deal with this. Let's grab you. Tether. There. And tether there. And unhook that chair. Or not chair, table. Alright, it should be correcting. I'm hoping it corrects in time. Alright. So I'm just trying to pull that in real fast, because that's the last of the ship. Oh, it's not. You're still sitting here, man? Alright. I don't think it long since got pulled in. But yeah, no, you can just fly too fast and slam into something. You can, like, especially if I'm tethering something and I'm pulling it straight back, like a computer or whatever. If I let go of it, there's a good chance it's just gonna straight up smash me in the face.
Get in while the getting's good. Weaver out.
Credits deposited.
Alright. Just trying to get that
All salvage goals have been met.
big thing in there. There you go. Okay, it's going in. Cool. So also want to top off our tethers. We used a whole bunch in that one. But yeah, there's lots of things that'll kill you in this game. You can run out of oxygen. If you run out of fuel, you obviously can't move around, which will get you killed. Yeah, it's all scrub. Fuel. But you can like blunt force trauma yourself. You can light yourself on fire. You can electrocute yourself. You can cryogenically freeze yourself. You can cause nuclear reactors to explode. There's radiation as a danger.
License upgraded.
Cool, so we've got a rank 8. Time for more dangerous things. Yay, danger!
Good morning, Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up call.
Alright, so we now have the Atlas Robusto. It also has Quasar engines. So I'm deliberately not doing the Quasar thrusters because they have a bug that can cause you to get instant killed. So Atlas Robusto, unparalleled brawn, unfaltering durability, unmatched power. When your job site requires tireless workers, call the Atlas Robustabout. 4 Quasar thrusters, high output power stations give the Robustabout peerless strength, reinforced 2 towers. Push pads provide maximum work utility. Whether working construction, salvage, or demolition, the Robustabout lets you handle the hardest jobs with ease. Atlas, powerful, dependable, enduring, the foundation of a better world.
Cutter, I want to tell you, I'm mighty impressed by you. Remind me of me when I started. All bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Had big dreams of hitting the rails back then. Bought myself one of them classic armadillo rigs. Named the old girl Beulah, after my mother. Told you about my bad revive a while back. Another case of me and technology not getting on, I guess. Bottom line is, this body just ain't fit for flying no more. So, I want to give Beulah to you, Cutter. She ain't in the best of shape, but she'll do good by you. Hell, even a few places around the village that'll fit her out for gate travel, if you're so inclined. Anyway, that's it. She'll do more for you than me now. I'm just happy she's gonna be with somebody that truly appreciates her. We were out.
Okay. So, we now have ourselves a new thing we can work on, which is we have been given a ship. I don't see it yet. But we've been given a ship. The downside is it's in a bad state of repair. It'll tell me how to like fix it up and all that later, but we're not quite to the point we can do that yet. Let's see, helmet. More oxygen, please. Work suit. We can't be more fireproof yet. So, next mission. Alright, so that ship's done. So that has the Quasar engines that we're staying away from. And I know a bunch of people are like, but you're just not doing the Quasar engines. Those are the spicy engines. Like, yep, they just can RNG kill you. So it is what it is. We're still doing ships that are dangerous, like the javelins with their gas things. Let me guess, you have to pay the company more to work on repairing it. So the good news is you don't. Because of the company doesn't know, can mind its own expletive business.
Crew. Let's hit them salvage goals.
Yeah, hey, Weaver, do you know when this administrator gets here?
Should be here any day now. But remember, no need to worry.
Thanks.
Kai, you good?
Yeah, just nervous, you know. I really can't lose this job.
Whoa, slow down there.
They always let go of the screw-ups first, right?
We all screw up, Kai.
Just work careful, avoid any major accidents, and you'll be golden.
Yeah. I just need to keep my head down.
Alright. So cut apart the ring. Okay, so unlike the last one, where we had no fuel tanks in the middle, we got some big juicy fuel tanks here this time. Alright, we'll deal with that in a minute. First, you're still attached. Deal with that. Boo, I cut at a weird angle, so it didn't count as detached. I cut a lot of these at weird angles, my goodness. All right.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
And we're just gonna keep pulling these off.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
All right. Grab you. There's like a sensor ring or something like that.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
We're definitely going to need to start upgrading some of these other tools, though. Some of them are getting pretty underpowered. The grapple specifically is becoming a problem. It's struggling to pull some of this stuff around. Okay. Okay, so this ship is pressurized.
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock pressurizing. Airlock depressurizing.
Where's the atmosphere control panel here? Not seeing one, which is not happy feeling. All better. Give me the rabbit. Alright, so let's start hacking this thing apart. Jump scares a horror game? No, it's just a little violent decompression. It didn't go explosive decompression. But that's because I started to bleed off an area where it wasn't too much stress all at once. Because if I had been in there and there's an atmosphere thing, I could have hit the panel to not as violently decompress. But I couldn't, so I didn't. And now we're just hacking apart every panel we can. Give me 1 second. Oh, come on. Alright. I mentioned before, there's a thing that TikTok does that when you've been streaming long enough, it goes, you know, are you still streaming? Do this CAPTCHA. If you don't do it, it like abruptly just ends your stream. It's super annoying. I get what they do that. They're countering act that there's a thing where people have like streams on YouTube and on TikTok where there's like really just no one there. They're trying to prevent that kind of thing. But it is very annoying to deal with. Okay. That was a dangerous cut back there. Let's go back to not doing that. That cut in the back there very well could have been right into a gas tank and that be the end of our run. All right.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Love the soundtrack. Oh yeah, the soundtrack. I've played this OST when like, you know, when you're feeling like I just want to break from the lo-fi for a little bit. I've absolutely played this OST as like one of the things that I've gone to.
Five minutes left, Cutter. How you use them is entirely up to you. We were out.
Alright, let's get our air. I was kind of hoping that dragging both over. I don't think it's going to stay, though. It's fine.
Processing valuable object.
Alright.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay, so that one's basically done.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Okay. Let's keep peeling all this off. We separated most of these panels. Oh, you still had connection points. That's fine. I don't care.
Credits transferred.
Like, it's still all going to the processing area. Oh, don't worry about malfunctioning. It's fine.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Oh. You still have a cut point somewhere. There you are.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Deposit accepted for processing.
Alright. Alright, White Jaeger.
Secured. Account
White Jaguar.
applied.
You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. You sleep well and all that stuff. Alright. If you're going to sleep. Best wishes on whatever it is for you, like, time zone-wise. Alright, so we need to cut this free. We need to watch out for those gas tanks, though. If we hit those, this is over.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Alright.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Cut this off. That gives us the glass in the cockpit.
Look sharp, Cutter. 1 minute left on the clock.
Close enough. Sneak that around. I really need to upgrade that thing. It just got no power behind it, so just kind of slowly meander stuff away from me.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Don't know what's gonna happen with that computer panel when it gets on the next go. Alright. So we're making really good progress with disassembling this ship. Still a little worried about those gas tanks, because if I remember correctly, you have to cut the cage out in between. 50k. What a cheap chair. Keep in mind, all of this is in space, so you have to pay to, like, launch into space and all that. Alright, so we got ourselves a new poster. I also like their...
Please tell me I heard right, Rook. Weaver gave you his old armadillo? Oh, man! That's so lucky. I used to help my old man fix up beaters like that. I hear Weavers might not be in the best shape. Listen, I've got something that'll help get it ready to ride the rails. I'm transferring diagnostic programs to your terminal. Go ahead and boot it up.
Okay. Herman Miller, chair of the future. Basically.
Hey there, I'm Shippy. I'm here to help you get this ship healthy again.
Getting data now. Amazing. Oh, old girl was used for construction at some point. Whoa. Could maybe even be kitted out for salvage running one day. This program will identify what parts you need to fix her up. Don't pay too much attention to Shippy. That thing talks way too much. You can probably find everything you need just kicking around while salvaging. Bits and pieces that Lynx doesn't care much about. Oh, you could also rip parts out of other ship components. And ruin the salvage value, of course. Maybe don't tell Weaver if you're gonna do that. Can't wait to see what you do with this beauty. Good luck, Brooke.
Yep. But now we, like, to get it to do this, you have, like, all these different levels you have to do. Basically, while we're out doing our salvage, we just go and start collecting extra parts and all that. And as she said, you can have the choice of, like, you can destroy computers to get wire, or you just end up finding it all over the place. So it's no reason to go and fly around in the ship before you go and tear it all apart, is just grab whatever bits and baubles you can find.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Alright, so what happened with that computer I was ripping out? Yeah, so you see, I can get 160,000 for this computer, or if I run up to it, I can badly damage it and rip parts out of it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
You love ripping parts like computers? It's a double whammy. You get to hurt the horribly awful employer that does awful things to you. And you get to make progress towards your eventual escape. Yeah, so now we see stuff like this.
Looks like you got a part for the armadillo. See if there's any more lying around in there.
Yeah, so that's all you do is just go and you can find the loose parts, or you can steal things. Could you not, Thruster? And some parts are really rare and some parts aren't.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And we're all good. Grab the beer bottle I processed the important part. And that shows you how close it was to accidentally slicing right into one of those fuel tanks. I sliced right here, and it went right over the top of the fuel tanks, but it was like right over the cage in their direction.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Huh, for only 2,000, you're really not budging. You must be wedged. We can deal with that in a minute. Alright. So, you're gonna notice I've got the cut plate. That is holding the fuel tank on. I do have to cut those cut plates to get that out. So I get nice and close here. Alright. And yes, I can be too close to it on the other side. We're actually cut past the other end thing. You don't actually have to strike the fuel tanks, just strike close to them. It's fine. It's detached right now. It'll get knocked loose as we do other stuff. All right. Alright, so those plates are done. And what is your issue here? Why are you still attached? Let's be bold. I'm hoping that'll twist everything. And when it does, it'll pop it apart. Is it possible to survive the fuel tank? Yeah, if you're far enough away. There we go. And added bonus, it did pull this fuel tank off its cleats. This one's still firmly on, but I'm going to take my chance by just grabbing it from the outside edge so it twists. That shouldn't be a concern about blowing up the fuel tank. It's a matter of if it just turns the entire ship and doesn't do much of good for us.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Cool. So I still have the one in the middle there. I'm not entirely sure how we deal with.
Processing valuable object. Credit awarded.
All right, we'll deal with that cage next in a minute.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
All right.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
All right. And if that fills up the whole way, I get burned and hurt. Like, it wouldn't kill me, but it would cause damage. They really don't want to.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit transferred.
Okay, that says danger that's pressurized, so let's not explode ourselves right now. Okay, so it can close the airlock.
Airlock pressurizing. Air pressure level increasing.
Hey, Sui! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream and what were we playing? We're trying to not explosively decompress ourselves for a moment. Don't worry about it. It's probably okay. Alright. Let's see. Well, welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And for those who haven't checked out, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Oh, I'll grab you. Alright. It's time for a little explosive decompression. Well, hopefully not explosive, but decompression.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Alright.
Airlock depressurizing.
Final Fantasy 14? Alright, and then going through all the hot potatoes and grabbing clips. Gotcha. Have a good time with that. Alright, so this is about to be a very spicy opening of this airlock. May we not die. Okay. It seems like it'll be alright. Alright. Because sometimes the ship explodes. And it's bad. Okay, so let's get back here and start taking things apart. But yeah, so this is Hardspace Shipbreaker. The entire idea behind this game is we are what's referred to as a shipbreaker. We basically salvage spaceships for an absolutely horrific company who, if you're familiar with the concept of company town, that. So we're horrifically indebted to the company, and we are breaking ships around with minimal safety measures. And so we are playing in Permadeath mode, which does mean if I die even once, then that's it. It's mostly fine. We've only almost died once. I almost got thrown directly into a processor. Like, we were past the line there, but I managed to grapple onto the edge of it and slowly pull myself back out.
Cutter, we got 5 minutes left till we call it a day.
Which is really close. It's one of the only times I managed to do that. Minimal, you don't see any safety measures? I mean, I am wearing a spacesuit. It technically could be more dangerous. Not much. But yeah, so as we take apart the ship, depending on what the parts are, they either go in the furnace, the processor, or the barge. Generally speaking, if it's just metal, you're going to melt down, or glass or something, you're going to melt down. It goes on to the furnace. If it's something like armor plating that they'd, potentially want to take apart and use the materials, it goes to the processor. And if it's something they'd want to keep it as is, it goes to the barge. So like a computer. Alright, no problem. You sleep well soon. Thank you so much for the raid. Alright, so we need to go get oxygen. Which, of course, because it is a company town situation, we have to buy our own oxygen. Go over here. So we'll spend $16,000 for some oxygen.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
And let's grab some tethers.
Tethers restored.
So we just spent about $45,000 so that we can keep working. And I'm putting off taking that giant fuel tank off because I have to cut nearby the fuel tank, and the fuel tank is explosive, so, it's scary. So instead I'm playing with a reactor. Is buying tethers the same price regardless how many you use? I believe so, yes. I believe the idea is you're buying a package of tether. But on the plus side, as you get more tethers, it doesn't really change anything there. I could be wrong about that. Like, honestly, those thousands of dollars are not that big a deal. Considering if you didn't notice, my debt was $1.2 billion. So, what's a couple thousand? And I incurred that debt being flown out to work. To space. Yeah, so I'm cutting all these yellow spots. They're called cut points. Aptly named. Because they're the things that hold the superstructure together.
Don't forget that your equipment durability doesn't take care of itself.
So by disassembling the superstructure, I can just pull the pieces apart.
Patch it up in the half. Your tools should be working for you, not the other way around.
Alright. So where's the birds? There you are.
Object accepted for processing. Credit
And it can get very easy to get disoriented here. Between, like, which way is the barges. The furnace and all that, because they're on both sides, usually doesn't matter. You just turn, you'll find one. Okay.
salvage secured. Account credit applied.
You got 60 ticks till this turkey's done, Cutter.
Yeah, your billions of dollars with a few thousand. To be fair, when I'm cutting apart these ships, I'm getting a couple of million. After my fees. Alright.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Deposit accepted.
But yeah, so you'll notice in the middle of the screen it says like processor and all that, like point at stuff. That's how you tell, so it doesn't matter if you don't like know which part goes where. Pretty easy to figure out with that. Alright, so time's up, so we just gotta wait. And we'll do another run. Okay, so far I've salvaged 9.1 million out of that, and I've destroyed 264,000. And of that 9 point whatever million, I got 3.8. All right.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
The nice touch of the furnace has sparks or whatever. So if someone's colorblind, it has help. Yeah, they do quite a few things. The only place this game cool. The only place this game doesn't do well is if you have motion sickness kind of problems. Just the nature of the game doesn't really give you much of a way to work around it. Alright.
Hi, it looks like you're trying to operate on your ship.
Alright, so I still need more parts. Okay. So because I'm in permadeath, I've been prioritizing anything related to my ability to survive over anything else, which has become a real big pain point. So it's range. Because a lot of my other equipment is getting really not quite up to task for some of the stuff I'm doing. I'm just kind of making it work. Oh yeah, this will also tell you like what kind of materials you find. It says I need to find wires and circuits, and technically wires can be on the ship, but we were already halfway through stripping apart the ship before I was given the ship to start building. All right. And there is different UI modes so you can like make it easier to see stuff. But yeah, I know being in space,
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
it can be very disorienting for some people. Cause motion sickness, that kind of thing.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Alright, so this can be pulled off. I'm hoping that gets around that corner. Let's double it up.
Because I'm worried it's going to bang into this wall and get pulled into the furnace instead. Alright. So let's try grabbing you. Pulling you out of the way. So next up is the dangerous thing. Oh, don't stop banging the reactor, please. Please. Okay, I think we'll be alright. I was going to say the next thing up is to pull the reactor out, which is super dangerous, so we're going to stay far away. If it blows up, we die, by the way. Yeah, so you see it starts melting down the moment you pull it from its housing, and it has to get down to that barge before time runs out, or you die. But it's worth a lot of money. Getting real close to that furnace, which is kind of concerning.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I was tethered in there. Okay. So we're getting down to just the fuel tanks that I'm being very worried about, and this back room. Oh, and you. Ooh, that's a bad tether. Let's fix that. Those things are tricky. Can you throw the reactor into the furnace? Yes, you die.
Deposit accepted for processing.
It goes boom and you die. And unlike the gas tanks, where if you're far enough away you can survive, if the reactor goes, there's no this is a safe distance.
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention.
Alright, we got the air filter. Makes it easier to pull all this out.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay. Blow up the reactor. Most likely the way I die is snagging one of these fuel tanks. Or when you get to the Class 2 reactors. Class 2 reactors have a couple steps to them, and you can do things in an order that you basically make it so you can no longer safely do it. At which point, the answer is you cut your losses and you just accept you're not getting your money. But the greedy goblin side of you really doesn't want to do that. Oh, those tables apparently don't go down there. That's fine, whatever, I don't really care.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Okay. Yeah, no, it'll label, I just wasn't paying attention. I just instinctively was like, furniture. Barge. Because most furniture goes in the barge.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay, so I pulled all the goodies out of there. Make sure there's no goodies left in here. There's some goodies.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Alright. We got another air filter we can pull. That'll actually make this easier, so let's do it. And I can tell I do this because the symbolism on this tells me it's a cut point. Oh, right, got it. Pop over here. Now it's free.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Soon I'll have to go get oxygen, all that again. Does it happen to go down the barge? I can't remember. I don't think it hurts you. I do know there's like limits to the edge of the arena that if you go outside them, you also die. Like if I just go like flying out into the abyss kind of thing. I think when you also grab it, it'll highlight which way you should go with stuff. Like you see how it says deposit salvage? It's somebody there, but like when I grab the next thing. So if we look around, none of those are labeled. But now if I grab you, it highlights that green, but not the other ones. So I've got a couple different ways to cue you in as like, this is where that goes. So that way you don't have to remember every arbitrary little thing on where it goes. And you can go fast and like reference stuff. Okay. Oh, oxygen. Alright. I've been putting it off this whole time. It's time to start dealing with fuel tank nonsense.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
And it's one of those things that you want to be far enough away that it doesn't explode and kill you, but you want to be close enough that you can actually hit what you're doing and in range. You start with these. I'm going to be as far off the side as I can. Try and cut the outer cage away real fast. Because honestly, I don't mind trying to save the inner cage.
That's 5 minutes left on the clock, Cutter. 5 minutes remaining.
Because cutting those inside ones, you don't even have to hit the tanks. You just have to hit close enough to them, and they go. And I do not remember what the range is, other than I've definitely gotten it wrong plenty of times before. Alright, so that's 140. Okay, so the cage is now detached. I hate this.
It feels so not good. Alright, get you out of here. Come on, move. Alright, so get the cage out of here. And so, same thing, other side. Like I said, I'm just gonna sacrifice this metal frame. We're not gonna worry about cut points.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Just do this in the least explosive way I can come up with.
Tether levels are low.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Okay. Because I believe that'll still satisfy it. Honestly, if it doesn't, I don't care. I do not want to tangle with the explosive like stuff. That'll be enough that we'll get the level 5, making a little extra money. I don't care at all. Cool, so we did get paid for the fuel tanks.
Applying credit. Final salvage goal reached. All rewards allocated.
Yeah, so it's complaining about the metal frame, but that's fine. It just means I won't get the metal frame, and the metal frame's probably only like maybe $10,000. Could be more than that, but it's not going to be that much compared to the fuel tanks. The fuel tanks are like 130,000 each or something.
Material deposited.
Alright, just let it do a thing. Okay, it's still breaking down the furnace.
Shift's almost done in the middle, Cutter. 1 minute left.
What's that I'm seeing down here? What are you? What are you, glowing thing? Oh, it's a piece of... Get out of here. I was like, what is this thing way out here? I was wondering why it was yellow, because that's the thing. Hey, Looney, how's it going? Alright, and it's rank up time. Okay.
New certification level attained.
Alright, so we're rank 9, still doing our permadeath thing. It's getting a little sweaty. But that's okay.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have 1 incoming transmission waiting.
Hey, newbie. Hey. Just having a couple cold ones and thought I'd ask you something. You ever heard of karaoke? Karaoke? No? It's singing without words. Well, the original words. Anyway, it's a big thing back home. My daughter wants to be a singer one day. She's good, too. Believe it or not, I can belt out a tune. Hey, you think Lou can rig something up so's we can do karaoke over comms? Clever ideas, that kid. Well, anyways, I'm gonna get some shut-eye. Gotta do it all over again tomorrow. Am I right? Good night, kiddo.
Yeah, drunk DD is fun. Yep. Yeah, now we're doing the hardcore playthrough Permadeath. So far, so good. We are staying away from Quasar engines.
Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
Alright.
Listen up, folks. Let me introduce you to Hal Rhodes.
No need for introductions, Weaver. I know who you all are. Let's just get right into it. I know you don't love a middle manager like me coming in, making life hard. Yeah, I get it. See, I'm from people like you. Used to work the Lynx yards around Ceres. Not shipbreaking, of course. Processing, which honestly is just as tough. Real back-breaking work.
Yep, we know processing can be just
Look,
as tough.
this is real simple. I hit my goals, and I'm out of your hair. But we all gotta pull the rope in the same direction. Get it? Cooperation. Cooperation. You scratch my back, and we'll all be done here in no time. Capisci? Okay then, I'm taking the day to settle in, and we'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early. Okay?
Okay then.
This guy thinks he knows what back-breaking work is.
I'm telling ya. 1 week, tops.
Guy's gonna cooperate with the business end of my grapple.
Okay now. Remember, be on your best behavior. See y'all in the yard.
Okay. And we have unlocked the Javelin Heavy cargo ship. So while sturdy enough for gate travel, this model is primarily used to ferry cargo between stations. Uses industrial-grade cargo containers, which cannot be penetrated by scanners and are cut resistant, and are extremely heavy. Improved grapple strength is recommended to salvage them. A well-performing model with robust second-hand market, it seems to be popular for certain illicit activities, for which I remind everyone that it cannot be held accountable. Oberon Asodi, CEO, Helix Heavy Industries. Let's see. He sounds like quite heatable. Yeah, no, you have no idea how much this builds up. Cool. And we got a bunch of badges. All right. So that said, unfortunately, with that, it is getting to be... Yeah, that's exactly where it's going with Eonek. It is getting to be about that time. For those who don't know, I do stream from about... Well, right now, it's 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, which is the time it is now. But thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in. If you have enjoyed the content, don't forget to drop a follow. For the of you over there on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. And for all of those over there on TikTok, I think it's follow. I don't remember what the word terminology is. But we're going to go ahead and go to our ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid. I will be back 7 p.m. tomorrow, EST, to play probably RimWorlds. We'll either start with this or RimWorld tomorrow, and then we will, you know, as the night goes on, we'll switch to something else, per the usual. So when you use this difficulty mode, where can you only die once? How do they do the intro? Oh, I mean, the intro you don't actually, like, yes, thematically you die, but that's not actually in the gameplay. The idea is, like, you just don't clone. Like, because, like, at the beginning of your contract, it says, like, number of clones remaining, or, like, cloning policy or whatever, and yours just says 0. So with all that said, I'm going to go to the ending stream screen and find someone to raid, and I will be back. Well, I mean, I won't be back. Find someone to raid, and we'll get that going. So, let's get that ending stream screen. I'll see if there's others playing this. More than likely, I'll just go with someone who I know makes good content in general. Because I don't imagine there's very many people playing this right now. Meanwhile, I'm going to end the stream over on YouTube, so goodbye YouTube, and goodbye TikTok.